Okay, thank you. Uh, Now is 9:03, and according to schedule that we should have start at 9 o'clock. Mohon izin Bapak Ibu untuk menggunakan bahasa Inggris nantinya, tapi tentunya juga barangkali akan kami campur dengan bahasa Indonesia. Jadi saat ini sudah menunjukkan pukul 9:03. Jika kita lihat di jadwal, seharusnya kita sudah mulai, namun mohon berkenan kiranya Bapak Ibu untuk bersabar. Kami masih menantikan kehadiran dari Prof. Dedi, Prof. Emeritus, dan Bapak Dr. Muhammad Yati. Ladies and gentlemen, we do hope that you will be waiting. We will commence our agenda shortly, but we are still waiting at the moment for Professor Dedi, Professor Emeritus, as well as Bapak Dr. Muhammad Yati to join our link. And perhaps allow us to remind everyone, mohon izin untuk mengingatkan Bapak Ibu sekalian, please change your mobile phone setting to silent mode. Mohon dibantu Bapak Ibu untuk mengganti atau merubah nada setting handphone Anda menjadi nada silent untuk kemudahan acara. Silakan kepada Bapak Oka. Selanjutnya kami akan tampilkan kembali slide Bapak Ibu. Okay, good morning, everyone. Good morning once again to everyone. We are still waiting for the attendance of Prof. Dedi as well as Bapak Dimyati. However, we will commence our agenda shortly. Excellency Directorate General for Research and Development, Ministry of Research and Technology. Excellency Governor of Bali or the representative. Honorable Rector of Udayana University or the representative. Honorable Vice Rector of Human Resources and Assets of Universitas Indonesia. Respected representative from GICA project for AUN or SIDNet. Professor Emeritus Tamonweda. Distinguished guests, keynote speakers, ladies and gentlemen. Om Swastiastu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Namo Buddhaya, salam sejahtera buat kita semua. We do hope to find everyone in good health. A very good morning and welcome to all participants in this delightful opportunity, Tuesday, 27th of October 2020. It is indeed a great pleasure and honor to welcome you all in the third International Conference on Smart City Innovation, or ICSCI, in conjunction with the 13th AUN, or SIDNet Regional Conference on Energy Engineering, and the third International Conference on Dwelling Form. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, despite the fact that we are facing pandemic, it is great to have everyone participate today virtually. And later, we do hope to have fruitful discussion to obtain the expected goals. And in the following, let us inform you that Bali, as everyone has been aware, that known for many names, from Island of Thousand Temples to Islands of Inspiration. To start the conference, we'd like to present you with typical Balinese welcoming through dance. Ladies and gentlemen, the following dance entitled Cendrawasih. It is inspired by the beauty of Cendrawasih birds of Papua. Through the creativity of Balinese artist Igede, this dance was created in 1920 and becomes the symbols of love. Ladies and gentlemen, to start the conference, please welcome Cendrawasih dance. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, that was Chandrawasih dance. We do hope everyone was enjoying the virtual dance of Chandrawasih. We do believe that your presence is important, but more important is your receptive hearts. So once again, please accept our warm welcome from Udayana University. And ladies and gentlemen, on the following agenda, we'd like to call upon Professor Emeritus Tamon Weda to deliver greetings from GICA project for AUNT or SIDNet. Professor Weda, the time is yours. Once again, we'd like to call upon Professor Emeritus Tamon Weda. Professor, can you please unmute? Perhaps Professor Tamon Weda is leaving the link temporarily. Therefore, we'd like to call upon our Vice Rector for Academic Affairs, Professor Gede Antara. Bapak WR1, could you please to say a few words to deliver a welcome speech and welcome this international conference? Please, the time is yours.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, honor speakers before me, Bapak Profesor Dedi Priyadi, Bapak Profesor Tamon Weda, Bapak Dr. Muhammad Dimyati, keynote speakers, authors, presenters, participants, respected guests, and invitees, as well as members of organizing team. It is a pleasure to have you all here, both today and tomorrow. It is great to be here at this very moment opening of this conference, the third international conference on Smart City Innovation, ICSCI, which is this year organized in conjunction with the 13th Regional Conference, RCE and EE, and the third International Conference on Dwelling Form, IDWell. Universitas Udayana Smart City is honored to have the opportunity to organize the 2020 ICSCI. This is one of various activities initiated by the Smart City team of Universitas Indonesia in Jakarta. It is set as an annual conference. The previous two ICSCIs were held in Bandung by the Smart City team of Universitas Padjadjaran Bandung and in Semarang by the Smart City team of Universitas Diponegoro respectively. Today, ICSCI is a very well participated academic event, not only by authors, press, and speakers coming from Indonesia, but also by those coming from outside the country. Always the conference, a driving future, and a continuous success. Universitas Udayana Smart City team is ready with its remitting support. To make it short, I would like to convey our warmest welcome to everyone, all of you, for being here and participating in this third ICSCI. I also would like to thank everyone for hard to make this conference. Without a doubt, this is time for all of us, all over the world. The pandemic is not yet over, and we have minutes to deliver this conference just well. Nevertheless, let me wish you all the successful conference in the 2 days ahead. And to not extend my welcoming words any further, herewith I open the third ICSCI 2020, the 13th RCE NEE, and the third IDWEL 2020. All the best, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Inyo Gediantara, for your fruitful speech as well as open this international conference. And ladies and gentlemen, we have it seems that Professor Dedi, Bapak Diamyati, as well as Prof. Weda have not present yet in this link. So in the following opportunity, I would like to request everyone in this link to turn on your video. So we will have this moment memorable. We need to see your beautiful faces. We need to see your beautiful smiles. And please, everyone, turn on the video. We will have photo session together. Ibu Gam, please. Bapak Prof. Hari, mohon berkenan. Yes. Mr. Ahmad, Hari Fuad. Everyone. Bapak Kade Edi Saputra, also, please. Yes. Beautiful. Everyone looking great. We'd like to request our committee to later on do the photo session. So make sure you have the most beautiful smiles in your face. Okay, everyone's ready? On three, everyone. 3, 2, 1. Say Bali. Okay, very good. Thank you. So maybe you can unmute your video and we clap together to make everyone energized. Okay, very good. Thank you. That's a more spirited because we need to start the day in a spirited way, right? I do hope everyone agree with me. So very well. While we are waiting for the others, our distinguished VIPs re-enter again because actually they have entered the room, but then temporarily they leave, perhaps because due to the apologize, it was unmuted. So ladies and gentlemen, we did have the photo sessions. According to schedule, we are 5 minutes earlier. So we did start late, but we managed to make it on time while we were waiting for the other professor to rejoin again, because previously actually they have entered, but then we lost them temporarily due to the connection. So we are now 9:35, and on the list it says coffee break. So we will start our keynote speakers one at 10 o'clock. So we invite everyone, ladies and gentlemen, please grab yourself a cup of hot coffee or chocolate or tea perhaps to start to join again on the keynote speakers later on. Because our distinguished moderator, Bapak Dr. Inyoman Satya Kumara, is already here also with us, and later on he will guide the session of the first keynote speakers. So once again, please, so maybe you can get ready if you think perhaps you have not your paper ready with you or your pen are not ready with you at the moment. please prepare that and get yourself a cup of hot drinks, because at the moment in Bali it's raining. So it will warm your day to start the day. Thank you. While we are waiting for our moderator getting ready for our first keynote speakers, we will return in not too distant future. Thank you for your attention. morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
We are, yes, thank you. We are 11 minutes before we start the keynote speakers. And before we start, we would like to invite Bapak Gamal from CCRSC UI. Bapak Gamal, are you here? Yeah, we do hope we have Bapak Gamal in the room at the moment. Bapak Gamal from CCRSC UI will say a few words before we proceed with our keynote speakers. Okay, it seems that Bapak Gamal perhaps is still away or preparing stationery or perhaps getting drinks for our sessions. Let me introduce our moderator. Our moderator is here already, ladies and gentlemen, and we are 10 minutes before 10 o'clock. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, our distinguished moderator is Dr. Inyoman Satya Kumara. He is from Department of Electrical Engineering, Udayana University. And my respective colleague was appointed as head of international office in 2014 to 2019. Bapak Dr. Satya, are you ready? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Bapak Dr. Satya will guide our keynote speakers. Bapak Dr. Satya, the time is yours.
So we not going through this? Okay, I need to say, sorry. It appears that our previous speakers are available, but we need to actually check first before we move on to the keynote sessions, to the plenary sessions. But before that, so I would like to check again our Professor Teddy Priyadi. Please, if you could confirm if you are here or online. No, so also we would like to call Professor Tamon Ueda, which I can see you are online. So welcome to our opening session today. and also Dr. Muhammad Dimyati. If you could let your presence online, please. Okay, so maybe, you know, we will update you with the progress, but at the moment we have Professor Tamon Ueda online, so we would like to invite you to give us a opening remarks on today's conference. So I would like to hand over the forum to Professor Ueda Tamon. The floor is yours. Is muting again. Okay, so we need to check again. Professor Ueda, are you? Can you hear? Can you hear us?
Yes, yes, I can hear you.
Great, great, great. Thank you. Now it's we invite you to give a few words for this conference. So the time is yours.
It's my time. Oh, I see. I didn't know that. I thought it would be much later time. Just a moment, please.
Yes, because it appears that our previous speakers is not yet available. Just to give us a remarks, an opening remarks of the conference, please.
All right, now I understand the situation.
So please, the time is yours.
Yes, thank you very much. Professor Dr. Dedi Priadi, the Vice Rector of Human Resources and Assets of Universitas Indonesia. Dr. Muhammad Dimyati, Directorate General for Research and Development, Ministry of Research and Technology, National Board for Research and Innovation. Professor Anak Agung Laka Sudewi, Rector of Universitas Udayana, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, my colleagues and friends. It is my great honor to make an opening remark in the 13th AU CNET Regional Conference on Energy Engineering, held in conjunction with the 3rd International Conference on the Smart City Innovation and the 3rd International Conference on Dwelling 4. Thank you very much for taking your time, your busy schedule, and joining us today and tomorrow. Once again, I am Ueda Tamon. On behalf of ASEAN University Network Southeast Asia Engineering Education Development Network, or in short, CNET, I'd like to say a few words at the beginning of this conference. CNET has been supported by Japan International Cooperation Agency, or JICA, for more than 18 years. First of all, I'd like to thank Universitas Indonesia for organizing this joint online conference during this pandemic crisis. The conference is particularly important for CNET as it is our first online regional conference. The regional conferences have been annual academic gatherings to share research findings with other professionals in ASEAN, Japan, and even beyond. This conference is an excellent opportunity for researchers in the world to exchange their findings and views through the online platform. In this occasion, I thank the organizer for accepting our partner institutions in this conference as well. The partner institutions include Egypt-Japan University of Science and Technology, Vietnam-Japan University, Yangon Technological University, Mandalay Technological University, and the University of Timor-Leste, which JICA has been supporting. My sincere wish is that all parties concerned exchange their academic views, gain knowledge, and further expand their academic network through this conference. This afternoon, JICA project for AICSCI will make a presentation to provide you the outline of the project activities. As one of the AICSCI's main programs, we will talk about ASEAN Engineering Journal, or AEJ in short, which is indexed recently by Scopus. This could be a good platform for researchers attending this conference. We will also introduce Egypt-Japan University of Science and Technology in the same session with the hope that the researchers know each other in this event. Lastly, not least, I'd like to express my sincere appreciation to the organizer of this event, especially Dr. Hamed Kamal, Dr. Kenny Lischer, and Ms. Nadia Idasarin, and all parties for their support and building a strong professional network in engineering. I hope the conference will deliver fruitful discussion on development and implementation of sustainable energy for the region and mark remarkable footsteps towards the success of energy engineering advancement in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Ueda, for your warm welcoming remarks on today's opening conference. And indeed, although during this pandemic, but we are able to actually to network and establish conference through online. So once again, thank you for your remarks. Now, moving on swiftly, we are going to move into the plenary sessions, where we have 3 keynote speakers who will deliver different topics. The first one is the first keynote speaker is the Governor of Bali, which will be represented by the head of Divisions of Communication, Information and Statistic Government of Bali. The title of the presentation is Nangun Sat Kerti Loka Bali melalui pembangunan semesta berencana menuju Bali era baru, which, if I translate that quickly, means developing Bali through integrated development approach toward Bali new era. The talk will be streamed live from the office of the government of Bali. And also the second speaker is Professor Nyoman Gede Antara, currently the Vice Rector of Academic Udayana University, but will be represented by Professor Rai Tamaja, Director of Smart City Udayana University. And the presentation is about designing independent campus, freedom of learning, and its implementation at Universitas Udayana. The talk also will be streamed live from our Bukit Jimbaran campus of Udayana University. And the third speaker is Professor Alexander Cuthbert from New South Wales University, Australia. Professor Cuthbert will deliver a talk with title A New Moral Imperative, Smart Cities, Technology and Development. The presentation is a pre-recorded talk by Professor Alexander Cuthbert. So we will play that for you later on. I would like to, to just outline a few rules, kind of, that each speaker is allocated maximum 40 minutes time. And I have been reminded that we should adhere to the rundown of the schedule. And also we will have no question and answers for this session. And at the end, on behalf of the committee, I will symbolically present the certificate and token appreciation of the organizing committee to this keynote speakers. And now let's move on. So I would like to call the first keynote speakers of today's conference. We have, perhaps I would like to check first with Mr. Gede Pramana. Yes, we can see that fine. But before that, I would like to briefly introduce our speaker today. Gede Pramana is a government officer, currently the head of Departments of Communication, Information and Statistics, Government of Bali. He has a civil engineering degree and also Master of Construction from ICSCI Surabaya. Prior his current position, Gede Pramana was with Department of Housing, leading the water utility project for Southern of Bali, wastewater management unit, road development, and many urban development projects around Bali. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Gede Pramana with his live presentation from the Office of Government of Bali.
Okay, thank you to the moderator. Because of the provision of the law and regulation, I will speak the presentation in Indonesian. And also, to honor and cherish Dayat Pledge Day, Hari Sumpah Pemuda, tomorrow we will speak this presentation in Indonesian. Sebelumnya kami mengucapkan permohonan maaf dari Bapak Gubernur Bali karena beliau tidak bersempatan hadir pada acara ini karena mengikuti agenda yang tidak bisa ditinggalkan. Nah, Om Swastiastu, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua, salam namo buddhaya dan salam kebajikan. Yang saya hormati Deputi Penguatan Riset dan Pengembangan Kementerian dan Teknologi, Badan Riset dan Inovasi Nasional, Rektor Universitas Udayana yang mewakili, dan para peserta webinar yang kami hormati dan kami cintai. Kata cinta di sini berarti mempunyai arti yaitu cerita indah, nyata, tetap abadi. Dan mudah-mudahan dengan adanya webinar ini kita mempunyai suatu cerita yang indah terkait dengan smart city yang kita akan laksanakan. Sebelum saya mempersiapkan tas ini, saya mohon izin untuk dapat men-share satu video pendek terkait dengan SPBE yang kami telah laksanakan. Mohon bisa di-share videonya. Bisa di-share paparannya deh. Share screen. Baik, kami mulai terkait dengan paparan kami Smart SPBE menuju Bali Smart Island. Kami di Pemerintah Provinsi Bali mempunyai visi yaitu nangun satkerti lokal Bali melalui pola pembangunan semesta berencana menuju Bali era baru yang di dalamnya mengandung makna menjaga kesucian dan keunikan alam Bali beserta isinya untuk mewujudkan kehidupan kerama Bali yang sejahtera dan bahagia skala niskala menuju kehidupan kerama Bali dan bumi Bali sesuai dengan prinsip Trisakti Bung Karno. Berdaulat secara politik, berdikari secara ekonomi dan berkepribadian dalam kebudayaan melalui pembangunan secara terpola, menyeluruh, terencana, terarah dan terintegrasi dalam bingkai negara kesatuan Republik Indonesia berdasarkan nilai-nilai Pancasila 1 Juni 1945. Next. Mewujudkan Bali era baru, artinya berarti yaitu suatu era yang ditandai dengan tatanan kehidupan baru, Bali yang kawista, Bali kang tata titi tentram ketara harja gemahripah loh jinawi, yakni tatanan kehidupan holistik yang meliputi 3 dimensi utama, yaitu dimensi pertama bisa menjaga keseimbangan alam, krama, kebudayaan Bali, yaitu Junin Bali. Dimensi kedua bisa memenuhi kebutuhan, harapan dan aspirasi krama Bali dalam berbagai aspek kehidupan. Dan dimensi ketiga merupakan manajemen risiko atau risk management, yakni memiliki kesiapan yang cukup dalam mengantisipasi munculnya permasalahan dan tantangan baru dalam tatanan lokal, nasional, global yang akan berdampak secara positif melalui maupun negatif terhadap kondisi di masa yang akan datang. Visi menuju Bali era baru tersebut diwujudkan dengan menata secara fundamental dan komprehensif kebudayaan Bali berdasarkan nilai-nilai Trihita Karana yang bersumber dari nilai-nilai kearifan lokal yaitu Satkerti. Yang pertama adalah Atma Kerti yaitu pujian jiwa, yang kedua Segera Kerti, pujian laut, yang ketiga Danu Kerti, pujian sumber air, yang keempat Wana Kerti yaitu pujian tumbuh-tumbuhan, yang kelima Jana Kerti, pujian jiwa, dan yang keenam Jagat Kerti yaitu penyucian alam semesta kita. Visi misi tersebut dituangkan dalam 22 misi tersebut dalam 22 misi dan diprioritaskan dalam 5 bidang prioritas. Yang pertama adalah bidang pangan, sandang dan papan, bidang kedua kesehatan dan pendidikan, bidang ketiga jaminan sosial dan ketenaga kerjaan, bidang keempat adat, agama, tradisi, seni dan budaya, dan bidang yang kelima adalah pariwisata. Kelima bidang prioritas tersebut didukung dengan pengembangan infrastruktur darat, laut, dan udara secara terintegrasi dan koneksi. Dan kami di sini di Dinas Komunikasi Informatika dan Statistik Provinsi Bali tentunya mempunyai tugas bagaimana mentransformasi hal-hal yang selama ini bersifat manual ke arah digital. Visi tersebut dijalankan dalam 22 misi dan 5 bidang prioritas. Tentunya untuk mencapainya tersebut harus mengembangkan sistem tata kelola pemerintahan daerah yang efektif, efisien, terbuka, transparan, akuntabel, dan bersih, serta meningkatkan pelayanan publik terpadu, cepat, pasti, dan murah. Untuk itu kami telah membuat suatu rencana induk terkait dengan SPBE menuju Bali Smart Island, yaitu rencana induk tahun 2020-2024. SPBE ini, rencana induk ini kami susun bekerjasama dengan teman-teman di Universitas Udayana, yang dalam hal ini mungkin diketuai oleh sahabat saya Prof DP, yang dikenal Prof DP Dharma Putra, yang telah membantu kami dalam membuat suatu rencana induk SPBE menuju Bali Smart Island. Sehingga SPBE ini bukan merupakan pilihan, namun suatu kebutuhan, keharusan bagi institusi pemerintah. Karena SPBE merupakan tata kelola pemerintahan yang bersih, efektif, transparan, dan akuntabel, serta pelayanan publik yang berkualitas dan percaya dapat kita wujudkan. Terbitnya Peraturan Presiden Nomor 95 tahun 2018, tentunya SPBE merupakan transformasi dari era e-government menuju e-government. Ya, tidak cukup hanya secara elektronik, tapi menuju layanan pemerintahan yang terintegrasi atau terintegrated. Integrasi memudahkan karena adanya internet dan semua perangkat terhubung dengan jaringan internet yang saling terintegrasi, semua serba internet. Dan kita mengetahui sekarang kakek nenek pun menggunakan internet, dagang-dagang semua menggunakan internet. Dan Provinsi Bali telah memiliki rencana induk SPBA menuju Bali Smart Island, di antaranya sistem yang saling terintegrasi sehingga antar sistem dapat berinteraksi dan menghasilkan data yang saling mendukung antar sistem. Adanya layanan integrasi akan mengubah proses bisnis pemerintah dan masyarakat sebagai salah satu dampak dari proses industri 4.0. Contoh sederhana adalah kita di Provinsi Bali telah melahirkan layanan office, dan yang di masyarakat itu telah berkembang adanya Grab, Gojek, Traveloka, Bukalapak, dan sebagainya. Tentunya di sini dengan adanya bisnis ini, adanya industri 4.0 ini telah berkembang sehingga orang yang tidak mempunyai usaha transportasi bisa melakukan usaha tersebut seperti Gojek dan Grab, dan yang tidak punya hotel bisa melakukan bisnis hotel, dan lain sebagainya. Orang tidak punya dagang bisa melakukan dagang melalui aplikasi-aplikasi yang mereka buat. Revolusi industri 4.0 berpotensi mengurangi peran besar manusia sehingga terjadi pergeseran kebutuhan tenaga kerja sehingga muncul konsep society 5.0. Society 5.0 di mana masyarakat lebih diarahkan untuk menyelesaikan masalah, memudahkan pekerjaan manusia dengan memanfaatkan teknologi yang telah terlahir dari revolusi industri 4.0 seperti cloud, kecerdasan buatan, big data, dan lain sebagainya. Bagi kami di Bali yang terpenting dan sangat prinsip terhadap perkembangan teknologi tersebut adalah apapun kemajuan dan hebat yang dicapai dalam bidang teknologi digital, kami tidak boleh merusak dan harus tetap menjaga kesucian dan keharmonisan tiga fundamental pembangunan Bali, yaitu alam, manusia, dan budaya Bali. Dan yang kita memang miliki di Bali adalah budaya yang sudah tersohor ke semua mancanegara. Next. Konsep tentang SPBA, yaitu tentang bangunan Bali, yaitu tentunya menuju SPBA menuju Bali Smart Island adalah kerangkanya kita sebut dengan kerangka Sat Maha Kerti. Lingkaran terdalam, dapat kami sampaikan bahwa lingkaran terdalam adalah visi Nangun Sat Kerti Loka Bali dengan 22 misinya yang harus dimaknai sebagai jiwa atau inti pembangunan teknologi digital di Provinsi Bali. Segala bidang pembangunan teknologi digital diarahkan untuk mendukung percepatan terwujudnya visi misi tersebut yang harus tetap menjaga kesucian dan keharmonisan tiga fundamental pembangunan Bali, yaitu alam, manusia, dan budaya Bali. Sedangkan lingkar yang kedua adalah SPBA dengan tiga pilar utama, yaitu kebijakan, tata kelola, dan layanan SPBA. Sebagaimana yang telah ditetapkan dalam pilar SPBA. Makna dari ini adalah SPBA yang kokoh merupakan kunci untuk yang terwujud tata kelola pemerintahan yang bersih, efektif, transparan, dan akuntabel, serta pelayanan publik yang berkualitas dan terpercaya. Tata kelola pemerintahan yang kokoh ini mempercepat keberhasilan pembangunan Bali Smart Island yang kita ingin mewujudkan tersebut. Sedangkan pada lingkaran terakhir adalah layanan Sat Maha Kerti. Ada singkatan dari Sistem Layanan Digital Manajemen Pemerintahan Terkolaborasi, Terintegrasi, dan Harmoni Sat Kerti sesuai dengan visi misi daripada pemerintah Provinsi Bali yang merupakan 6 layanan digital perluasan dari SPBA untuk mendukung program-program Nangun Sat Kerti Loka Bali. Minimalisasi dampak revolusi industri 4.0 dan merupakan program inti untuk mewujudkan Bali Smart Island. Keenam layanan dari Sat Maha Kerti antara lain adalah layanan digital penguatan desa adat modern, layanan digital krama Bali Unggul, layanan digital Bali Kerta, layanan digital Bali Mandiri, layanan digital ekonomi Bali, dan layanan digital Bali Pusat Peradaban Dunia. Yang tentunya di dalam layanan ada dikembangkan beberapa sistem untuk aplikasi yang akan mendukung daripada layanan digital tersebut. Isi dari masing-masing layanan tersebut ini seperti tadi saya sampaikan dapat dilihat di sini. Kami tidak akan baca satu persatu, dapat dilihat daripada bagan yang ada dan bermakna saling terkolaborasi antar sistem, terintegrasi antar lembaga perangkat daerah, terintegrasi dengan kabupaten kota di Bali sebagai perwujudan dari konsep One Island, One Management. Hal ini tentunya ada terkait dengan 3 pilar SPBE yang kami tekankan, yaitu ada layanan SPBE, tata kelola, dan kebijakan. Di layanan SPBE kita ada layanan publik dan layanan administrasi pemerintahan. Di tata kelola ada TIK, strategi perencanaan dan kelembagaan, sedangkan di kebijakan internal ada layanan SPBE dan tata kelola. Dan ini bisa dilihat di layar. Nanti bisa kami share dan kami tidak perjelaskan satu persatu, namun kami telah melakukan layanan tersebut seperti kita telah membangun aplikasi Office dan adanya integrasi-integrasi terhadap sistem kepegawaian kami dan serta keuangan-keuangan, termasuk yang sekarang hanya di Bali yang ada terkait dengan desa adat, ada pemerintahan desa adat. Kami juga telah membangun aplikasi terkait dengan keuangan desa adat. Ini kerangka arsitektur daripada SPBE. Tadi telah sampaikan bahwa di layanan itu terdapat 6 layanan sesuai dengan Satkerti yang kita tidak boleh lepas daripada Satkerti tersebut. Dan di sini terpakat adanya lembaga-lembaga pemerintah yang saling terintegrasi dan tim SPBE yang kami bangun di sini tentunya kami terus melakukan suatu inovasi dan melakukan dalam pembangunan aplikasi itu kami di sini merekrut beberapa tenaga terkait dengan tenaga-tenaga teknis yang kami laksanakan dan kami dibantu oleh tim koordinasi kami bekerjasama dengan Universitas Udayana di Fakultas Teknik terkait dengan rencana nanti kami pengembangan induk SPBE menuju Bali Smart Island tersebut. Kebijakan atau regulasi, Pemprov Bali telah melakukan langkah progresif dan berhasil menghasilkan capaian-capaian dalam bidang kebijakan regulasi sebagai pondasi pembangunan SPBE menuju Bali Smart Island. Regulasi di bidang SPBE yaitu adanya rancangan Peraturan Gubernur Bali tentang Sistem Pemerintahan Berbasis Elektronik, terus adanya Peraturan Gubernur Bali Nomor 5 Tahun 2020 tentang penyelenggaraan sertifikat elektronik di lingkungan pemerintahan provinsi Bali, Peraturan Gubernur Bali Nomor 6 Tahun 2020 tentang pedoman tata naskah dinas di lingkungan pemerintahan provinsi Bali, dan Peraturan Gubernur Bali Nomor 14 Tahun 2020 tentang pedoman pelayanan informasi publik dan dokumentasi di lingkungan pemerintah Provinsi Bali. Layanan digital penguatan desa adat adalah Peraturan Daerah Provinsi Bali Nomor 4 Tahun 2009 tentang desa adat di Bali. Jadinya di Bali telah memiliki Dinas Pemajuan Desa Adat. Peraturan Gubernur Bali Nomor 34 Tahun 2019 tentang pengelolaan keuangan desa adat Bali, Sistem Integrasi Keuangan Desa Adat, yang kami beri nama di sini adalah SIKWAT. Artinya kami di sini di Dinas Kominfo telah berkolaborasi dengan teman-teman di Dinas PMA untuk membantu membikinkan sistem keuangan tersebut. Sedangkan di kebudayaan digital, Peraturan Daerah Provinsi Bali Nomor 4 Tahun 2020 tentang kekuatan dan pemajuan kebudayaan Bali, yaitu kebudayaan Bali Ceraken. Peraturan Daerah Bali Nomor 5 Tahun 2020 tentang standar penyelenggaraan kepariwisataan budaya pada bab tentang atraksi dan kebudayaan digital. Di sini nanti kami akan tetap berkolaborasi dan integrasi dengan teman-teman di Dinas Kebudayaan terkait dengan pembuatan aplikasi yang diperlukan. Pariwisata digital atau pasar digital transformasi online desa adat. Peraturan Daerah Provinsi Bali Nomor 5 Tahun 2020 tentang standar penyelenggaraan kepariwisataan budaya Bali, bab khusus tentang pariwisata digital dan portal satu pintu pariwisata Bali, termasuk di dalamnya pasar digital, marketplace, dan transformasi online desa adat. Peraturan Gubernur Bali Nomor 28 Tahun 2020 tentang tata kelola pariwisata Bali, transaksi penjualan jasa akomodasi melalui portal satu pintu pariwisata Bali. Rancangan peraturan daerah tentang perusahaan umum daerah untuk pengelolaan bisnis digital terutama menyangkut pariwisata digital. Dan rancangan Gubernur Bali tentang pariwisata digital budaya Bali. Yang kelima yaitu Pulau Bali Pulau Organik. Itu Peraturan Daerah Bali Nomor 8 Tahun 2009 tentang sistem pertanian organik, yang master plan-nya sedang dibuatkan dan berupa draft. Kita sedang di sini juga ikut terlibat dalam pembuatan pada master plan tersebut. Layanan digital Krama Bali Sehat yaitu Peraturan Daerah Bali Nomor 6 Tahun 2020 tentang penyelenggaraan kesehatan, layanan kesehatan terintegrasi SIK KBS yaitu Sistem Informasi Kesehatan Krama Bali Sehat. Yang ketujuh, layanan digital keamanan Bali, Peraturan Gubernur Bali Nomor 26 Tahun 2020 tentang Sistem Pengamanan Lingkungan Terpadu berbasis Desa Adat yaitu Sipandu Beradat. Dan Peraturan Gubernur Bali Nomor 25 Tahun 2020 tentang fasilitasi perlindungan pura, pertima dan simbol keagamaan, di mana di sana akan ada teknologi digital untuk perlindungan pura, pertima dan simbol keagamaan. Dan ke-8, layanan digital untuk lingkungan hidup, Peraturan Gubernur Bali Nomor 45 Tahun 2019 tentang Bali Energi Bersih, Peraturan Gubernur Bali Nomor 48 Tahun 2019 tentang penggunaan kendaraan bermotor listrik berbasis baterai. Peraturan Gubernur Bali Nomor 24 Tahun 2020 tentang perlindungan danau, mata air, sungai, dan laut. Dan tentunya kami juga sedang menggarap master plan tentang pengelolaan air bersih. Untuk itu tentunya ada didukung dengan pengembangan sistem elektronik dalam pencapaian visi tersebut, maka pembangunan sistem elektronik mutlak dibutuhkan untuk mendukung pelaksanaan sistem pemerintahan berbasis elektronik menuju Bali Smart Island. Kami di sini telah melakukan membangun beberapa aplikasi, yaitu dengan aplikasi berupa absensi digital, berupa face detector sehingga berbasis Android, sehingga teman-teman dari ASN itu bisa melakukan absensi dengan jarak sekitar 20 meter dari kantor, dari pusat datanya, sehingga tidak harus berkerumun apalagi dalam kondisi COVID ini. Kita juga membangun e-office, terus adanya tanda tangan elektronik, HMC, Sikuat, Sisnaker, Cek Diri, Loh Bali, integrasi Simpak dengan aplikasi lainnya. Kita juga mengelola website dan ilmu resmi Pemprov. Kita juga memfasilitasi kegiatan-kegiatan virtual meeting maupun pameran-pameran secara virtual atau virtual exhibition. Nah, di e-office kami mengembangkan sistem pemerintahan berbasis elektronik. Tentunya di sini akan terjadi efisiensi daripada penggunaan alat tulis kantor sehingga mendukung mobilitas pegawai, sehingga dalam kondisi work from home dan kondisi sini teman-teman di kepegawaian masih bisa melakukan sistem surat menyurat dari rumah masing-masing maupun di mana lokasi mereka berada, dan memudahkan validasi dokumen dan hard copy sehingga tidak perlu kita mencetak lagi dalam bentuk hard copy, cukup dengan soft copy-nya. Dan tentunya memudahkan dalam penulisan surat dan proses pengarsipan. Di Loh Bali, kami sedang mengembangkan sistem Loh Bali yang bisa dilihat secara web, sehingga sistem ini terkait dengan informasi budaya dan perwisataan Bali serta menerima kontribusi terhadap wisatawan. Dan absensi digital seperti yang kami tadi sampaikan, itu bisa dilakukan dalam kondisi sekarang dengan melakukan work from home. Kita juga dapat melakukan absensi dari rumah, sehingga kita juga melaporkan kegiatan-kegiatan kita melalui Sikipu, apa yang kita lakukan dalam hal pekerjaan kita untuk menyelesaikan suatu tugas kita. Kami tidak hanya mengintegrasikan proses bisnis, tetapi juga melakukan inovasi untuk mengikuti kemajuan teknologi digital saat ini, terutama terkait dengan isu revolusi industri 4.0 dan society 5.0. Beberapa contoh inovasi proses bisnis yang kami siapkan tercermin dalam portal Satu Pintu Pariwisata Bali, layanan pasar digital, transportasi online bisnis berbasis desa adat, dan teknologi Internet of Things untuk Sipandu Beradat dan lain sebagainya. Di sini kami juga tentunya hal tersebut harus didukung dengan infrastruktur yang memadai. Kami di sini adanya pusat data kami berada di kantor gubernur dan sudah terintegrasi dengan kantor-kantor perangkat daerah yang ada terkait dengan di bawah pemerintahan Provinsi Bali. Ada 36 UPD dan 14 UPT. Ini yang sedangkan jalur nirkabel itu ada 1 UPT yang memang nanti akan kami kembangkan di tahun 2021, semua sudah terhubung dengan jalur fiber optik. Dan kami juga di sini juga melayani terkait dengan sekolah-sekolah terkait SMA, SMK, NSB terkait dengan wifi gratisnya. Nah, ini pusat data kami, ini beberapa foto terkait pusat data kami yang ada di kantor gubernuran. Nah, layanan free wifi adanya kami sampaikan untuk di desa adat, objek wisata, puskesmas, untuk mendorong terpenuhnya penyediaan infrastruktur dasar berupa jaringan fiber optik hingga ke pelosok wilayah Provinsi Bali untuk meningkatkan pembangunan infrastruktur terintegrasi serta koneksi antar wilayah. Nah, di sini kami memberikan layanan gratis kepada kabupaten kota karena itu sebenarnya adalah kewajiban daripada kabupaten kota terhadap penyediaan WiFi di puskesmas, objek wisata desa adat, sehingga jika tidak menyalahi aturan, kami menggunakan sistem dana bantuan keuangan khusus BKK Provinsi Bali, di mana uangnya ada dari APBD Provinsi dan kami transfer ke rekening daripada teman-teman di kabupaten kota dan dimasukkan ke dalam APBD kabupaten kota. Sedangkan SMA, SMK dan SLB yang menjadi kewenangan kami langsung melalui APBD Provinsi. Hingga jumlah SMA, SMK dapat dilihat dalam tabel, jumlahnya sekitar 142, sedangkan Kabupaten Badung untuk terkait dengan puskesmas objek wisata desa adat dan itu dibiayai dengan APBD Kabupaten sendiri, karena kita mengetahui memang Badung merupakan PAD terbesar di Provinsi Bali sehingga bisa membiayai daripada WiFi terhadap pusat-pusat tersebut. Di luar Kabupaten Badung, puskesmas yang kita layani adalah sebanyak 107, objek wisata sebanyak 204, desa adat sebanyak 1.370, sehingga jumlah total yang kita layani adalah sebanyak 1.823 titik layanan WiFi. Ya. Tentunya aplikasi-aplikasi yang kami buat itu supaya aman, tentunya perlu adanya observasi keamanan terhadap informasi publik, karena sudah kita ketahui akan terjadi serangan-serangan terhadap aplikasi-aplikasi yang kami buat tersebut. Kami telah melakukan kerjasama dengan BSNN terkait dengan sertifikat elektronik tentang manfaatan sertifikat elektronik. Ada sistem elektronik di lingkungan Pemerintahan Provinsi Bali, dan sertifikat elektronik ini telah dipergunakan oleh seluruh pejabat eselon 2 di lingkungan Pemerintahan Provinsi Bali, dan pembubuhan dapat menggunakan aplikasi Office, e-perizinan, dan nantinya bisa dilihat dengan sistem panter pun bisa, dan untuk bisa melihat itu apakah sudah valid datanya, apa benar telah ditandangani, kita bisa melihatnya dengan aplikasi Android VeriDS yang dikeluarkan oleh BSRE dan web tte.kominfo.go.id Verify PDF. IT Security Assessment, ini kita juga telah bekerja sama dengan Direktorat Identifikasi Kerentanan dan Penilaian Risiko Pemerintahan yang telah melakukan IT terhadap aplikasi-aplikasi yang kita jalankan. Dan untung hasilnya memang sangat menggembirakan, tidak terdapat risiko yang riskan terhadap keamanan daripada aplikasi yang kami buat tersebut. Dan adanya Indonesian Honeypot Project, ini kita di Bali jadikan project, tentunya mendeteksi serta melacak serangan-serangan terhadap keamanan informasi, dan honeypot juga bisa menjadi sarana pengalihan bagi penyerang. Honeypot secara fisik telah dipasang di pusat data Provinsi Bali dengan PKS antara Diskomin Provinsi Bali dengan Direktorat Deteksi Ancaman Deputi Bidang Identifikasi dan Deteksi BSSN tentang deteksi serangan siber berupa pemanfaatan perangkat honeypot. Kami juga telah memfasilitasi supaya perangkat honeypot ini juga dipasang di pemerintahan kabupaten kota sebali. Dan tentunya ini ada juga penginderaan, kontra penginderaan, yaitu analisa pemindaian frekuensi dan pemeriksaan barang elektronik untuk menghindari terjadinya penyadapan yang dapat berpotensi menjadi sumber kebocoran informasi. Dan ini kami telah bekerjasama dengan Deputi Bidang Proteksi dan Perlindungan Bali dan telah melakukan kontra penginderaan di beberapa tempat strategis terkait dengan acara pertemuan kami, supaya tidak ada hal-hal yang bisa disadap dan lain sebagainya. Sebagai penutup, tadi kami sampaikan saat ini kami tentunya Pemerintah Provinsi Bali sangat serius membangun dan memperkuat teknologi digital di berbagai bidang sebagai enabler untuk mempercepat pembangunan di Provinsi Bali. Kami menyadari bahwa tidak mudah dan menghadapi berbagai tantangan dan masalah terkait dengan regulasi, politik, perilaku manusia, teknologi, dan banyak lagi lainnya. Tentunya kami membutuhkan dukungan dan kerjasama dari seluruh stakeholder, terutama dari perguruan tinggi, sebagai penyedia tenaga ahli dan mahasiswa agar e-government menuju Bali Smart Island dapat lebih cepat terwujud. Kami tentunya akan terus melakukan pembenahan. Kami berharap SPBE menuju Bali Smart Island dapat menjadi salah satu tulang punggung untuk mewujudkan terwujudnya cita-cita luhur Nangun Satkerti Loko Bali. Demikian yang perlu saya sampaikan. Terima kasih atas perhatiannya. Saya ucapkan tutup dengan Parama Santi Om, Santi, Santi, Santi Om. Waktu saya serahkan kembali kepada moderator.
Thank you, Bapak Kepala Dinas. Thank you for your presentations and sharing with us all here today about what the government of Bali has done in terms of developing Bali to be a smart island. Just to summarize shortly, participants who are from outside Indonesia could get some ideas about the presentation. I will just summarize it, a very short description that Sadkerti Nangun Loka Bali is the vision of government of Bali in developing Bali by integrating people, nature, and the culture of Bali. The three main components is further detailed into what is called the Sadkerti, or the 6 elements, which include the human spirits, the sea, the inland waters, the plants, the flora and fauna, the people, and the wider world, integrating these 6 elements toward achieving the welfare and the sustainable living of Bali in a holistic approach. So I hope that summarizes the presentation of Bapak Kepala Dinas today, which very detailed in describing what has been done and what has been planned to develop Bali as a smart island. So once again, we, on behalf of the organizing committee, we thank you for your presentation. And we just had update information, and we will have a short remarks from Professor Dedi Priyadi and also Dr. Muhammad Dimyati, who are available to give us a short remarks on today's conference. But before that, I would like once again to thank our keynote speakers, Bapak Gede Pramana, the head of communication, information, and statistics from government of Bali, for his presentation today. Thank you. And now we are moving on swiftly to again to have a remarks from Professor Dedi Priyadi. So before that, I would like to call if you already present online. Okay, we haven't. Okay, so we have Dr. Muhammad Dimyati online. So I would like to hand over the floor to Dr. Muhammad Dimyati to give a short remarks on the opening of today's conference. To Dr. Muhammad Dimyati, I hand over the floor, please.
Okay, thank you very much. My voice? My voice?
Get a little louder, please.
Bisa mendengar saya, Pak?
Yes, we can hear now. We can hear you now.
Okay, thank you very much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat datang. Welcome to this international conference. Distinguished Rector Universitas Indonesia, presented by Prof. Dedi Priyadi, Vice Rector of Resources and Assets, Distinguished Rector Universitas Udayana, Profesor Akuraka Sudari, Distinguished Professor Tamono Veda, and related invited ladies and gentlemen. First, I want to say sorry for the delaying my speech due to miscommunication or on a reading schedule on the information layer. Well, first of all, let's thank God because of this mercy we can here to attend the 13th Regional Conference on Energy Engineering, in conjunction with the 3rd International Conference on Smart City Innovation, and also the 3rd International Conference on Well Informed Small. I would like to say a special congratulations to Smart City Center at both universities, UII and Udayana, for successfully hosting this 3rd International Conference on Smart City Innovation. Because I remember that it was not so easy to develop an institution at that time when the Smart City project began as a small activity in 2016. And now, Smart City Center has been recognized as a settled institution in quite wide range of Smart City Centers in multiple universities, both in Indonesia as well as honorable colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Our national energy demands currently on 290 million ton oil equivalent. This data based on the National Energy Board of 2020, whilst our renewable energy supply covers only around 9.2% based on data from Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources Indonesia on 2020. This balance means we have a big deficit that need to be seriously considered and mitigated as a big nation with a dynamic of economic development. Unfortunately, most of the energy still come from fossil fuels, coal and also petroleum. These are not limitless, contribute significantly environmental damage and also pollution. Considering that nature, environmental conservation, important issues, and therefore an effort to minimize the use of energy materials that are not environmentally friendly are the most promising alternative. These reasons, research and development that encourage discovery of environmentally friendly energy or green energy is the most trending topic. The fact shows that research by Indonesian researchers in the energy sector is still low, and it requires smart strategic effort, increase its quantity and quality. For these reasons, various ways and policies are developed to find innovations in the utilization of environmentally friendly energy. In such case, we had National Energy Policy and National Energy Management Blueprint 2006 to 2025, or called EPRES 5 of the year 2006. On the other hand, urban communities, which are the second biggest energy users after the industrial communities, need to get used to energy saving behavior. These efforts can be done by promoting efficiency of energy utilization movements, such as getting used to turn off unused electricity, turning off unused computers and devices, and also other energy saving behavior. Honorable ladies and gentlemen, in encouraging the improvement of the research innovation ecosystem, the government of Indonesia prepared the document, what we call with National Research Master Plan of 2017-2045, or we often call EPRES number 38, year of 2008. This National Research Master Plan is then elaborated into national research priorities every 5 years. And the government of Indonesia has finalized the 2020 to 2024 national research priorities as part of Presidential Decree number 18, the year of 2020 of RPJMN, which become a reference and also guidance for the implementation of research and development by all researchers and for the government and in planning program and also budgeting. The 2020 to 2024 National Research Priorities covers 9 focus areas, namely food, culture, health and medicine, energy and renewable energy, transportation, defense, engineering, maritime, social humanities, and multidisciplinary approach. On the other hand, Indonesia continues to encourage performance of researchers not only to work up to publication and registering IPR or intellectual property right, but more than that, namely, result of the research are beneficial to society in the form of product which is produced by industry. For this reason, government continues to encourage triple-headed synergy. Those are between government, research and development, or academician, and also industry. In this context, the government encourages at least research and development to produce what we call practical technology that is beneficial to society, which is often called appropriate technology or teknologi tepat. In addition, the government also encourages research and development to concern for increasing the value added and commercialization, as well as import substitution, local content, and also, of course, encouraging frontier research. Ladies and gentlemen, utilization of environmentally friendly energy, especially for urban community, will greatly help healthier and more livable life for its citizens. Such a life can be applied in a green city with the principle of utilizing green energy. People who use green energy and green technology to serve the public in efficient and productive manner will greatly help accelerate city management that applies the smart city concept. City management using the smart city concept will really require the role of spatial technology in order to make its implementation more effective and more accurate. For this reason, the concept of implementing cross-disciplinary and multidisciplinary discussion should be continuously encouraged by universities or research institutes, because it has been proven that synergy of multidisciplines has produced more powerful research than in. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I indeed appreciate UI and the organizing committee, of course, Mr. Udayana, and sincerely hope that the discussion of the conference to host this international conference. I hope that this activity will stimulate the most effort how the green energy smart city concept will be best used and widely implemented in Asia. We of course hope that this conference will be beneficial and proceeding will qualify eventually as an input to develop a specific policy brief for stakeholders. One important thing that have to apply that the public do not wait for the debates or the analysis result, but they are waiting the benefit of our research to improve their life. For that reasons, let's work hard, work smart, and work fast for the progress of science and for the benefit of people. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Dimyati, for your opening remarks of the conference. I think we all agree that energy is one of a very important aspect in our life, and the smart technology will allow us to use energy more efficiently and effectively in the future. Once again, thank you for your opening remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, we are moving on swiftly now back to the plenary sessions. We have the second keynote speakers who will present his presentation. Before that, I would like to check first. Oh yes, we have our speaker, Professor Rai, already online. But before I hand over the microphone, I would like to just briefly introduce our speaker today. Professor Rai will present the Designing Independent Campus of Freedom of Learning and its implementation at Universitas Udayana. And just briefly about his curriculum. Gederai Maya Tamaja is a professor in phytopathology at Faculty of Agriculture, Udayana University. He has master's degree and also PhD from IPB University, and his research interests include biological control of plant diseases, and is currently the Director of Research Institute of Udayana University, and also the Director of Smart City Udayana University. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Rai Tamaja.
Thank you, Dr. Satya. I have to share my presentation first. I want to just a moment.
Professor Rai,
yes.
Shall we share the presentation from the Secretariat or from your office?
Yes, please, Pak Satya. Would you mind to share my presentation?
Okay, we'll do that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm the Director of the Research and Community Service Institute of Udayana University. In this moment, representing the Vice Rector of Academic Affairs of Udayana University, Professor Antara. I will present the presentation with the title Designing Independent Campus Freedom Learning Program Implementation at Udayana University. Next, please. What is Independent Campus Freedom Learning? Independent Campus Freedom Learning is a learning program that facilitates students to strengthen their competency by providing opportunities to study outside their study program at the same university and or take learning in the same study program at the different universities, or learning in the different study program at the different universities, and or also studying outside the university. Next, please. The aim of this program, or Independent Campus Freedom Learning program, is the first one, encourage students to gain learning experiences with various additional competencies outside the study program and or outside the campus. And the second one is fulfillment of the period and study load for undergraduate or applied undergraduate program student can be carried out by follow the entire learning process in the study program in higher education according to the period and learning load, and also follow the learning process in the study program to fulfill part of the study period and load, and the rest follow the learning process outside the study program. Next, please. Requirement that requires that this program, the first number one, student of Udayana University who are actively registered in database of higher education and come from accredited study program. Number two, university or study programs partners must have been accredited. Number three, the program being implemented must be mutually agreed between Udayana University and partners. Number four, program that are followed can be in the form of national program prepared by the ministry or program prepared by Udayana University and registered in the database of higher education. Curriculum development for supporting implementation of independent campus freedom learning can we see in this slide that the Indonesian National Qualification Framework or KKNI is a competency qualification framework that can match, equalize, and integrate between the education and work training fields as well as work experience in order to recognize work competencies in accordance with the job structure in various sectors. For undergraduate programs, the KKNI level is at the level 9 based on the Permendikbud number 3 of 2020 based on Tridharma pattern, which include the education, research, and community. And besides that, there are also changes in the learning process with the addition of independent campus freedom learning policies. In education, it is influenced by the existence of a graduate profile which include attitudes, knowledge, special skill, and general skill. And achieving the graduate profile, curriculum evaluation include vision and mission, technological development, IR 4.0, and treasure studies, all of which are the elaboration of quality insurance standard or SPMI. SPMI is implemented internally by the university, externally by BANPITI or other institution, and international accreditation as a form of is based on a study program with 8 models of independent campus freedom learning. All of them with the model in the university of different study program or different university and different study programs. Next, please. Next slide, please. Next, please. Next slide, please. Okay. Okay. Let me see student learning right in undergraduate and Bachelor of Life Science program, maximum 3 semester in the independent campus freedom learning policy. Universities are obligated to facilitate the implementation of fulfilling the period and learning load in the learning process according to the Permendikbud number 3 of 2020. The right of student can be taken or not can take credit outside the university for a maximum 2 semesters or equivalent of 40 credits. And also can take credits in the different study programs in the same university for one semester or the equivalent of 20 credits. In addition, universities play a role of formulating academic policies or guidelines to facilitate learning activities outside the study program, and also make a cooperation document or memorandum of understanding with the partners. Next slide, please. Next, please. Think before. Things to watch out for in the implementation of this program. Curriculum development with the implementation of independent campus freedom learning program must pay attention for important things as follows. Number one, stay focused in achieving expected learning outcome or student outcomes. Number two, it is ensured to fulfill the right to study for a maximum of 3 semesters so that students gain learning experiences with additional competencies that are relevant to their expected learning outcome study program. Number three, with the implementation of independent campus freedom learning, students get real-world learning experiences according to their profile of graduates or the scope of their work. The curriculum that is designed and implemented is flexible and able to adapt to the development of science and technology and the demand of the field of work. Next, please. Next, please. Okay. Summary of the rights and obligation of stakeholders in the independent campus of freedom learning program. This is a university have to facilitating the student learning right to take lesson outside the study program, and also develop academic policies or guidelines and making MOU with partners. The obligation of faculty is to prepare a list of courses faculty level which can be taken across study programs, and also make a memorandum of understanding with relevant partners. Study program have to arrange to adapt the curriculum and then facilitating students who will use their right to freedom of study and its requirement. Number three, offer courses that can be taken by students from outside the student program, and conducting equivalent courses with learning outside the study program. And also, if the credit have not been met, prepare online course. In this program, students assisted by the academic counselor planning courses that will be taken outside the study program. And number two, registered an activity program outside the study program, and then complete the requirement, if any, and also follow the program according to the guidelines. The obligation of the partner is making memorandum of understanding or statement of work with university, faculty, or study program, and then carry out program activities according to the memorandum of understanding. Next, please. Next slide. Next slide, please. credit recognition in the transcript. The Independent Campus Freedom Learning Program provide the opportunities to students to take one semester study outside the study program and 2 semesters to conduct learning activities outside the university. And here there must be a credit recognition process, of course, which includes the preparation of learning outcome, form of learning, and rationalization of it based on the higher education national standard. And this is carried out by the study program curriculum team, then provided by the faculty. Then semester study plan is made which refers to the learning outcomes and is validated by the faculty for implementation. The models of learning activities of Independent Campus Freedom Learning Program can be carried out within the study program and outside the study program, including in internship or work practices, student exchange, research, humanitarian project, entrepreneurial activities, independent study or independent project, teaching assistant in the education unit, and the last, build the fields or thematic real work lecture or KKN thematic. Next, please. Let me see the internship or work practices. The objective of the internship program includes internship program of 1 until 2 semesters, providing sufficient experience for students, direct learning in the workplace. During the internship, students will get hard skill, like a skill, complex problem solving, analytic skill, etc., as well as soft skill, professional, communication, cooperation, and so on. Meanwhile, the industry gets talents that, if appropriate, can be required immediately, thereby reducing recruitment cost and initial training or induction. Students who are familiar with the workplace will be more resilient in tying the world of work and career. Through this activity, industrial problem will flow to university so that updating teaching and learning materials for lecturers and research topics in universities will be more relevant. Learning activities carried out in collaboration with partners include companies, non-profit foundation, multilateral organization, government institution, and startup companies. In general, with equalization for Independent Campus Freedom Learning activities can be grouped into free form, structured form, and hybrid of the free and structured form. Free form, freedom learning activities for 6 months are equivalent to 20 credits without being equivalent to courses. The 20 credits are expressed in the form of competencies obtained by students during the program, both in hard competencies and soft skills according to desired learning outcomes. Hard skill, including the ability to formulate problems according to the scientific field, the ability to arrange problem-solving program, and the ability to synthesize in design form. While soft skill, including the ability to communicate well, the ability to work in teams, the ability to work hard, the ability to lead, and also have creativity. Next, please. The second form is a structured form. Freedom learning activities can also be structured according to the curriculum adopted by students. These 20 credits are stated in the form of equivalence with the courses offered whose competencies are in line with the internship activities. For example, in this slide, you can see civil engineering students have a 6-month apprenticeship in the construction industry on the road and bridge construction project in the equivalent to studying the following subjects like perancangan, geometrik jalan, 2 credit, teknik lalu lintas 2 credit, and so on, kewirausahaan 2 credit, 20 credit in the total. Ladies and gentlemen, apart from these 2 forms, a hybrid form can also be designed, a combination of free form and structured form. Next, please. The second model of the independent campus freedom learning program is a student exchange. Aim of this models is creating several student attitudes, respecting the diversity of cultures, views, religions, and beliefs, as well as other people's origin, opinions, as well as having working together and social sensitivity and concern for the community and environment. And also organizing the transfer of knowledge to cover educational disparities between domestic universities as well as higher education in the country and abroad. This model consists of student exchange between study program at Udayana University, student exchange in the same study program outside Udayana University, and student exchange between different study program outside Udayana University. Next, please. The third model is research. Research activity models can be in a structured form according to the curriculum taken by students. Students can also take advantage of the student research creativity program by following the procedure of the Director of Learning and Student Affairs, Ministry of Education and Culture, or Dirjen Belmawa. Next, please. The fourth model is a humanitarian project. Students with a young spirit, scientific competence, and interest can become foot soldier in humanitarian and other development projects, both in Indonesia and abroad. The objective of these models include to prepare superior students who uphold human values in carrying out tasks based on religion, morals, and ethics. The second objective, to train students to have social sensitivity to explore existing problems and contribute to providing solutions according to their interests and respective expertise. Next, please. The fifth model is entrepreneurial activities. These policies encourage the development of student entrepreneurial interests with appropriate learning activities program. The objective of the entrepreneurial activity program include providing students with entrepreneurial interest to develop their business earlier and with guidance. Number two, addressing unemployment problems that result in the intellectual unemployment among scholars. Learning activities in the form of entrepreneurship, both that have not been or have been established in the study program curriculum. The requirements are regulated in the academic guidelines issued by the higher education. Next, please. Independent study or independent project. This models number 6. Many students have a passion for realizing masterpieces that are contested at the international level of work from innovative ideas. Ideally, independent studies or independent projects are undertaken to complement the curriculum already taken by the student. Colleges or faculties can also make independent studies to cover topics that are not included the lecture schedule, but which are still available in the course of faculty syllabus. Independent project activities can be carried out in the form of interdisciplinary group work. The objective this model is number 1, realizing student ideas in developing innovative products that become their ideas. Number 2, organizing research and development based education achievement in national and international events. Independence project can complement or substitute for the course that must be taken. The equivalency of independent study activities into course is calculated based on the contribution and role of the student as evidenced in activities under the coordination of the supervisor. Next, please. Okay, next, please. The model number 7 of the this program build village or thematic real work lecture, or in Indonesia we call KKN thematic. Thematic real work lecture is a form of education by providing learning experiences for students to live in a community outside the campus, which directly identifies potential with the community and handles problems so that they are expected to be able to develop village and formulate solution for problems in the village. This model activities are expected to hone soft skill of partnership, cross-disciplinary or cross competencies, and student leadership in the managing development programs in rural areas. So far, the theory institutions have implemented this model or thematic real work lecture program. It's just that the credit cannot or can be recognized in accordance with the independent campus program, which credit recognized is equivalent to 6 until 12 months or 20 until 40 credits with the implementation based on several models. It is also hoped that after the implementation of KKNT, students can write down the things they do and then the result in the form of a final project. Next, please. Okay. The last model is the teaching in the educational unit. Learning outcome of this model is able to teach or share special knowledge in their field to community properly, and also able to show independent attitude of responsibility for work in their field or expertise, able to show independent quality and measurable performance, able to contribute to improving the equality of life and society, nation, state, and advancement of civilization based on Pancasila, able to act as a citizen who are proud and feeling of love to the country, have nationalism and sense of responsibility to the state and nation, and then able to work together and have social sensitivity and concern for society and the environment. Next, please. Okay, next, please. Okay, what is the solution? This is the three solution of these policies. The first one, strategy to implement the latest higher education curriculum in the in the independent campus freedom learning program. Number two, strategies to the integrated student program in the independent campus policy. Number three, program KKNT program strategy in modern campus, independent campus freedom learning. Next, please. Next, please.
Right, that's the last we have.
Okay, this is the last conclusion and follow-up. The spreadhead of the success of learning is in the study program, so that under the direction of the dean, the study program is to have a strong curriculum team. The second one, for own semester 2020-2021, in the framework of student activities being recognized as independent campus freedom learning program, the relevant study program will immediately convert courses based on the current curriculum. The rector's decree for the conversion should be issued immediately. Toward the even semester 2020 or 2021, the Institute of Development Learning and Quality Assurance curriculum revision team immediately prepare a curriculum guide according to the latest higher education curriculum. Number 5, study program immediately revise or complete its curriculum by preparing credit conversion for all program activities which came 7.1 or 6.2 or 5.3. And the last, credit conversion must be socialized before filling the study program cards given semester 2020 or 2021. That's all of my presentation. Thank you for attention. Good morning.
Thank you, Prof. Rai Tamaja, for your presentation, which highlights the freedom of learning and of Udayana University program to support the program launched by the Ministry of Education and Culture. I think we all learned that, this is a new program, but it seems that Udayana and I believe other universities throughout Indonesia has attempted this program, and we all, perhaps will learn along the way to achieve the best. But the idea that to provide a better learning experience for the students, I think putting, our young people to have a better education so they can contribute better in the future in our society. Once again, we thank you for your presentation. And so we are moving on swiftly because of the time. We're going to have our third keynote speaker today. Our third keynote speaker is Professor Alexander Cuthbert, which will deliver a talk with the title of The New Moral Imperative, Smart Cities, Technology and Development. As I said earlier at the beginning of this plenary session, Professor Alexander has pre-recorded his presentation. So what we are going to do is to play his presentation. And for that, I would like to ask my colleague here to play. But before that, I would like to briefly introduce Professor Alexander. Professor Alexander is an emeritus professor in planning and urban development at the University of New South Wales, Australia. His PhD is from London School of Economics and Political Science. He has lived, thought, and practiced basically, in most part of the world, in Scotland, Greece, America, Hong Kong, Australia, and now he resides in Indonesia. He has over hundreds of publications and several books with the second gaining national award in Australia. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I will play his recorded presentation for all of us today.
Friends and colleagues, good morning. It's really my great privilege to be able to address you today on a subject that I think is extremely significant and indeed very contentious. But I begin by thanking the organisers of the International Conference on Smart City Innovation. I know that there are a great many involved, but I know that Dr. Suartika in particular has been behind the whole process since its inception. I would also like to thank the introductory keynote speakers who came before me, Bali Governor, Bapak Iwayan Koster, who has probably the most difficult job on the island, and also the Associate Rector, Bapak Prof. Antara Nyoman Gede. And I would also like to thank the moderators, Dr. Satya Kumari, for moderating this session. Without taking too much time on this introduction, I would like to just try and hit some big points, because I think in many ways we underestimate the damage that technology can do. We praise its benefits, which are huge, but we seldom assess what the negative effects are. And it's my own feeling that we have now entered a period of social change that is as substantial as the internet was 20 years ago. And the wonderful thing about it is that the change in the internet was technology driven. But now, as a consequence of a global pandemic still raging across the planet, people are thinking about how should society be organized or reorganized so that we don't have the mess that we're in and that people can be treated much more democratically in the future than they have been in the past. So I share with you the title of my presentation, A New Moral Imperative, Smart Cities, Technology and Development. And my basic assumptions that technology serves a process called capitalism. We don't live in a communist state, we don't live in a socialist state, but we do live in a capitalist state. And this can't be forgotten because the aims of the social systems are parallel with the aims of capitalism. And capitalism is based on an increasingly unequal distribution of wealth and privilege. And of course, since technology is one of the mechanisms by which capitalism creates wealth, the processes are fundamentally political and social, not functional. And so we can assume that development is prima facie not a technical problem, it is a moral one. And I'll get back to this moral question later. Technology does not exist in a social vacuum. I think that's about all I have to say. The rest is elaboration. And the main reason that I raise this issue is that the price system upon which globalization is based knew neither limits nor morality. And in fact, I would argue that that global system has now been trashed. There has been an enormous retreat from globalization back into nationalism. And nationalism has so many other factors that condition it, and where controls have been drawn back from the periphery back into central government. The problem, as I see it, has several dimensions. That planners in particular see smart city as an idealist or utopian solution to urban problems, where technology is considered to be value neutral, right? In other words, it doesn't have any social effects or consequences. It's neutral. You use it or you don't use it. But what's forgotten is that the smart city also is part of the ideological structure of capitalism, from the strategies of imperialism on the one hand to social control through surveillance on the other. It presents as socially inert and functional when its focus, and I hope I can explain this to you, is hidden and is actually supremely political. And we have to tie this, on the one hand, to the nature of capitalism and the promotion of this idea of natural capitalism, and on the one hand, and the idea of sustainability on the other. The synthesis between these things, for me, is actually threatening to democracy. It is a threat to the democratic political process, which has actually failed in many ways in the last 12 months, and that a new moral order is actually demanded. So I have 4 parts. The social function of technology, smart city, history theory, the idea of natural capitalism and the problems of sustainability, and the consequences, which for me is a complete moral order. It has really nothing to do with new technologies, sensors under roads, or being able to switch on your coffee machine from your car. This is about a revolution in the way in which wealth should be distributed within a social system. Now, in English, the word Luddite means someone who really is against technology. And there is no way that I'm against technology. Nobody in their right mind would be against technology. We can see here wonderful examples. The Gutenberg's printing press, 1446, John Robinson's development of the chronometer that allowed British imperialism to flourish, believe it or not, with the invention of that little clock there. That is this little clock that you see in the middle picture is the same thing that you see to the left. he managed to reduce it in size until it could become like a pocket watch. And the point was that longitude, the capacity to calculate longitude, was dependent on an accurate measurement by watch of the time it took to traverse a certain distance. On the right, Frank Whittle's jet engine and the DNA, Watson and Crick of 1954. The development of technology is not in doubt. It's absolutely not in doubt. This is a magnificent, I mean, this is one of my favorite pieces of sculpture or technology. John Harrison, who revolutionized navigation, but didn't think at the same time that what he was doing was promoting Britain as the major colonizer of the global south. Because Britain then had an advantage that its immense navy could then travel to the southern hemisphere and basically take over and govern whatever it particularly wanted. So you can see that the direct relationship between technology and development, and what I'm stressing here is a very simple story, that we're still there today, and that anybody that adopts the whole idea of the smart city without stopping to question it is making a serious mistake. Technology was the cornerstone of imperialism, and it continues today in new forms. In a sense, many of the recently invented technologies are for the development of new forms of imperialism. Imperialism wasn't something that happened in ancient Rome. It's been going on for the last three or four millennia, but it formed the basis for what is called unequal exchange between the developed and the developing world. It also impacted class relationships within developed countries because there became an immense concentration of wealth between from one set of individuals to another. Then you got a complex class structure hanging around a very complex distribution of labor. So technology doesn't exist in a social vacuum. It has profoundly socio-political dimensions. Now, we can identify three of those. Just I want to bring this to your notice. That technology changes what is called the organic composition of capital. And that sounds very technical and difficult, but it's not. It's very simple. It's the ratio of what's called constant capital, invested in plant, equipment, and materials, to variable capital, the capital invested in the labor costs of hiring employees. In other words, the actual labor process is what is considered to be the variable capital. And the higher the organic composition, the more machinery is used and less labor. And the implication being that if this process continues, ultimately, then machines will be doing most of the work. And you can see here the organic composition of capital in full flight. The big picture. This process perhaps would have employed hundreds of men who had pride in their work. They could do things, they could fit things. Whereas at the moment, we have two men here who perhaps are just making sure that the machines don't make any mistakes. So we don't consume the technology. That's my point, is that the technology actually consumes us. And I think you should think that. This might seem a bit strange, but please stop and think about it. And even right down to the point where, who hasn't seen this? We have to prove that we're not robots.
Yeah.
But the robots don't have to prove that they're not people.
Did you ask it?
So the consequences of an increasing organic composition of capital, composition to capital, are several. In other words, the more machines that are used. There's a socially necessary unemployment. Now, socially necessary unemployment is inherent to capitalism. Capitalism must have unemployed people because in the market system, market goes up, you hire people, market goes down, you fire them. There must be what's called a reserve army of unemployed people to take up the slack. But what also happens is that labor, people who are working, become alienated from their own creativity. They don't create anything, they just assemble things. You can see this in the construction industry. People used to be very proud of what they could make. You know, carpenters and people who made furniture and chairs and did all kinds of things with tools, had fantastic skills. And what you see in most building sites now is merely assembly. They just assemble things. And even joints, they don't even make joints anymore. They just put aluminium spacers in place and hammer them in. So instead of people being fully employed and creative, you see increasing unemployment and the alienation of people's imagination. We have the increased technological domination of populations through surveillance. Every single person that's watching me right now is known to the system, and they know exactly where you are, and they probably know exactly what you're doing. This also, of course, increases the potential for civil unrest because it starts to create different classes of individuals based on knowledge. So we start to get knowledge classes rather than social classes based on wealth and privilege. One of the things that we have to look at, which I think is incredibly important, is that we can't ignore history. History doesn't stand still. It teaches us about what we should do and how to deal with problems that have perhaps existed in the past. The smart city, however, seems to be frozen in time. The smart city is it's sort of like a virgin birth. It just exists all of a sudden, and then everybody talks about the smart city. Isn't this a great idea? Let's have some. But the problem is it has no history. It doesn't refer to any theory, and it largely ignores the prevailing literature in urban studies. I mean, urban studies literature is absolutely incredible. It's immense. It has so many different theorists. David Harvey, Alan Scott, Ed Soja are all brilliant. They've all written tens of books, each 10, 15, 20 books. And all of this literature in the smart cities writing is largely ignored. I would say, in fact, it is ignored. I take a chance, okay? It's ignored. So it's merely a technology, in my mind, to sell commodities of questionable social value. And in fact, smart infrastructure is more honest since it doesn't hide behind social patronage. My point is that all cities are smart. Take a look at this. What magnificence we have here. We have Florence down in the bottom left with Santa Maria Maggiore. You have Paris. You have the incredible inventiveness of the French, of Parisians, of Haussmann. On the left, we have the Amsterdam, which was one of the absolute centers of merchant capitalism, when you had a total shift from barter to paper-based information systems and legal agreements. This was immense. This was a huge change. And where I was born, bottom right-hand corner, Edinburgh in Scotland. Look at that. This is a magnificent city. And the creativity exhibited in the plan for the new town in Scotland is incredible. It was designed by a 23-year-old architect. Now, we have to accept that all cities are creative. They're all creative. Santa Maria Maggiore, this is one single example of one single building in hundreds of thousands of buildings of the medieval period of merchant capitalism. And what happened was they started to build the cathedral, and they could only get it up to just below the dome. And it stopped for something like 50 years. And the reason for that was they didn't know how to build it. Santa Maria del Fiore was from roughly 1300 to 1436, 136 years, people pursuing a dream of a magnificent building that they didn't know how to build. You had immense imagination, and the most dominant example of that was the dome had to be built without any external scaffolding. There was no external scaffolding. It was all built from the inside using a double curved dome system. And at the very end, they had to raise 350 feet, a 10-ton dome, a 10-ton pinnacle to put right on top that was designed by Michelangelo, a gold clustered finish to the dome. I mean, this wasn't what you would call a stupid city. It exhibited all of the creative needs of a city that we would call highly creative, imaginative, and had people like Michelangelo. Here we have one of the first sketches of a bicycle, 500 years ago. And on the left, the first sketch of an airplane. Hydraulic systems on the bottom here. And the whole idea of the human body and proportions, how bones and skeletons knit together, of Leonardo, who died in 1520. Now, all of this creativity was locked into the gallery. The gallery was called the Uffizi Gallery, and now probably contains the greatest collection of art in the world. Paintings that every one of which could not be bought. They're utterly priceless. But we say, what is this Uffizi Gallery? The word Uffizi in Italian means office. So this is an office space. It was built as an office building. Why did they do that? Well, they did it very simply because merchant capitalism was the very first system that demanded offices. It had to have hundreds and hundreds, maybe thousands, tens of thousands of clerks and people that could survey buildings, that could note legal agreements, and lawyers. And this had never existed before. It was a revolution in space. It revolutionized the city of the time. And if we go to some of the current writers, two of whom I know quite well, Sir Peter Hall, Cities and Civilization, and his Cities of Tomorrow, where Peter said, every golden age has been an urban age. Throughout history, cities have provided a crucible for creativity. In other words, there's no such thing as a smart city. Every city is smart. And on the right, a great colleague and friend, John Lang, typology of procedures and processes in urban design, where John goes through city after city after city after city, mentioning the magnificent inventions and creativity that have continued, even in places that you might not think were creative. So what's the problem? The problem is that in order to understand something, we have to theorize it. And anthropomorphism is the word used in English, where we accord human qualities to objects or natural processes. And the idea here, of course, is that only people can be smart, and the smart city is a smokescreen for ideological intervention in the urban process. It's not an object. A place where this manifests itself most obviously is in this idea that the smart city exists within a process that has been called natural capitalism. And the basic idea in natural capitalism is that it presents as a non-ideological system while maintaining all the structural and oppressive features of capitalism. It relies on technical fixes to solve social problems. It says it doesn't matter what problems capitalism generates, there will always be a technical fix. So what's the technical fix to poverty? What's the technical fix to illness? What's the technical fix to inequality? What's the technical fix to social justice? What's the technical fix to lifestyle? It assumes that the form of the city will change with no change to content. Capitalism will supposedly morph into a politically correct and more democratic version of itself. Unfortunately, the society that we live in has so overshot sustainable levels of production and consumption that technical fixes aren't going to solve the resulting problems. You can't solve the fact that the jungles in the Amazon are being chopped down hundreds of square miles daily. You can't solve that with a technical fix. This is a political and social and economic problem. And I give you a couple examples of how these inequalities are created. These are the top 100 countries and corporations. If you look at the left, the first 9 top economic entities are United States at the top, number 9 is Canada, but number 10 is Walmart. It's an American multinational that's worth close to 500 billion US dollars. And then you have Spain, Australia, and Netherlands. And then we have 3 Chinese oil companies. And then we have South Korea, Royal Dutch Shell, another oil company, Mexico and Sweden. And then another oil company and 2 motor vehicle manufacturers. But take a look at the whole table. Don't look at anything in particular. The red is how much of planetary resources are actually owned by the private sector. Is this a good thing? The people who promote the smart city ideology are part of this structure. They're part of the processes and ideologies and strategies that develop a table like that. Cisco, an enormous multinational, Siemens, IBM, Hitachi, Microsoft, General Electric, Schneider, Bosch. They're all huge multinationals. And it's not accidental that they actually are manufacturing all of the bits and pieces of the supposedly smart city, which doesn't actually exist. It only exists in the sense of the technologies that can be assembled to put together something that they can sell. Now, here we have the idea of a wonderful book by Thomas Piketty that was written 10 years ago called Capital, where he gives some very illustrative examples, some very good, like the one that we've just seen. And the world's billionaires, you can see the world's billionaires between 1897 and 2013. The numbers of billionaires rose from 140 to 1,400 and are now up here. We have the total wealth of billionaires measured in something like thousands of billions of dollars. But the one that's most intriguing is this one, where you can see the dynamics of the relationship to capital to income. And very crudely, if you look at the very bottom band, you can see that is those 6 or 7 little tracks constitute national wealth. In other words, public capital of different countries. And on the top left, you can see United States, Germany, Britain. And what that says in very simple terms is that many countries are bankrupt. They don't even own anything above the line, which is 0%. You can see that the one with the squares, which is Italy, is actually 50% below what it's supposed to need to run the country. And even the United States is similar. Now, if you look at the top line, we look at private capital. Look at what happens here. Japan, for example, which is the top line, owns 700% of equivalent of national wealth. So in the private corporate structure of Japan, you have 700% more capital than the capital that in a sense is owned by the people, what we call public capital. Don't think we need that one. So the bottom line for Piketty is that technological growth has little effect on real growth. The details are unimportant, he says. The key point is that there is no historical example of a country in the world technological frontier whose growth in per capita output exceeded 1.5% over a lengthy period of time. 1.5%. Now, what we can assume from this basically is that while technology does help to move economies forward, there's no enormous benefit to any country from new technologies. The basic reason for that is that there are no technical solutions to the problems of economic growth, ethical behavior, morality, or social inequality if democracy is actually to be maintained. So now the smart city and sustainable development. Let's look at this. Now, the big argument here I have is that sustainability is basically being co-opted by big capital, right? Sustainability used to mean a lot to everybody. It was clean, it dealt with efficiency, use of resources, respect for nature and things like that. But now, what do we get? We get sustainable leadership in politics. We get leveraging sustainability in business, sustainability consultancy, sustainability accountants. And so basically, my argument is that we should forget this idea of sustainability and go to a more ethical approach to dealing with nature. We have to approach nature in a different way. This is supposed to be an example of an F1 sustainable race car. The main reason is that the body is supposed to be made from vegetables or some kind of carbohydrates. At the same time, everything else is burning resources at enormous speeds, definitely pumping out hundreds of gallons of pollution every time they race, and burning up the world's fossil fuels. So as the number of dollar billionaires in Indonesia, if we take Indonesia as an example, and I think most of the people here are from Indonesia, has increased from 2002 to 20 in 2016. Over 93 million Indonesians are now living below the World Bank's moderate poverty line of $3.10 a day. And Oxfam recently did a very interesting study where he said that Indonesia's 4 richest men worth as much as the poorest 100 million. And that the cigarette tycoons in owning so much capital are actually being, in a sense, quite destructive to national interests, because they have $25 billion worth of assets equal to the wealth of the poorest 40% of Indonesia's 250 million persons. And the punchline is that they earn enough interest on their fortune in a year to eradicate extreme poverty in Indonesia. Okay? They have to, if they were to give away the interest and keep the capital, they keep the 25 billion, there would be an enormous social benefit, incredible social benefit. And a quotation from Adam Smith is that the real tragedy of the poor is, in a sense, not the poverty of their environment, but the poverty of their aspirations. So what critical questions should smart city technocrats ask themselves about their market-driven technologies? The first thing is it possible, can we think about technology at all without thinking about society? A sort of like a social cost-benefit analysis of what it means to people if you implement specific technologies. What will the effects be, in other words? Who wins and who loses from the technological advance? Is this just another sales pitch like people buying refrigerators and cars and can openers? Or does it actually mean something substantial? And also the big question is, what is my moral position in relationship to the problems that I'm addressing? Now, in the process of writing the article upon which this presentation is based, the COVID-19 has really blown out. And the interesting thing about it is that it actually contains many positive things. It contains many positive things because it's asked us to completely rethink the way in which societies are organized and the idea that there can be no return to normal because normal was the problem in the first place. The global economy has been trashed. It's in a state of paralysis. Conservative politicians have been forced to what is called unleash the state and implement a radical version of Keynesian economics, welfare economics, unseen since World War II, indeed. That trillions of dollars are being spent now on social services, free healthcare, job creation, mortgages, loans, etc., 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 that was never done before. Market forces have not exactly collapsed, that's maybe a bit exaggerating, but outdated nations like the public good now denote survival. And the importance of the workers that keep the system going, healthcare, nurses, delivery drivers, care workers, supermarket staff, childcare centres, etc. Massive environmental changes are visible from space, and wildlife has moved into some cities to fill in the vacuum. People in Delhi can now see the Himalayas for the first time in decades. These are the real questions, but the smart city has nothing to say about this and really nothing to contribute. So the conclusions are, I think, significant, that technology and the smart city are not politically neutral processes, that we have to consider massively increased taxation on inherited wealth, and that's one of Piketty's basic proposals, that a universal basic income is needed for all nations to combat robotic encroachment on labour, and simply to create a democratic process that's actually democratic, where people share in the wealth that they create. And we need to move from this idea of gross development product to gross national happiness that we know has been implemented in Bhutan, has been tried to be copied in a few other countries, and that we need to reject the terms sustainability and natural capitalism and replace these with concepts of social justice and moral judgment, so that we can safely assume that the so-called smart city is a very clever marketing strategy by big capital to increase profits and concentrate them into fewer and fewer hands. It is a political process that we really have to think about before we adopt it. Significantly, the major social problems of the time that address equality, a fair allocation of wealth, lifestyle and community are ignored in the process. And I leave you with a quotation that for me says it all, a quotation from Wittgenstein, where he says, but when all possible scientific questions have been answered, the problems of life remain. And for me, this is critical. We must accept that we are addressing in every instance the problems of life, the problems of living, the problems of lifestyle, the problems of happiness. And the unadopted acceptance of new technologies must in everybody's mind remain a big question. Why should we be spending money on this? Thank you very much for your attention. And with a bit of luck, I'll be able to stop the recording.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was the presentation by Professor Alexander Cuthbert, who has shared his thought and vision about how we should approach this smart cities development and to ensure that people is highly valued and protected so that we could develop a happier society. I hope I could summarize a very detailed, presentation of Professor Alexander on this smart cities development. So, ladies and gentlemen, with the end of the presentation of Professor Alexander is the end of the first plenary session of today's conference. And before I conclude this session, I would like to just symbolically hand over the certificate of appreciation to all of our keynote speakers today, to Bapak Gede Pramana, the head of Department of Communication, Information and Statistics, Government of Bali, and also to the next one is to Professor Nyoman Gede Antara, and the last is not least, but Professor Alexander Cuthbert. And the organizing committee will send the certificates and including the token of appreciation for our keynote speakers today who has supported and contribute to this conference today. So ladies and gentlemen, that concludes today's plenary session of this conference. And thank you very much for your attention. And now I hand over the forum back to our lovely MC, Ms. Isnu Maharani. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much to Bapak Dr. Satya Kumara for guiding the sessions. And ladies and gentlemen, can we give a warm applause, warm round of applause for our moderator? Yeah, it seems that somebody is unmuting the audio. So once again, I invite ladies and gentlemen to give a warm applause for our moderator who has guided the session very well,
Keynote speakers.
as well as speakers, of course. And ladies and gentlemen, we will have more keynote speakers after lunch, and the time is 12:10, and we are absolutely on the track as we scheduled. We will have 30 minutes for lunch break, and the more keynote speakers and as well as the track session will be preceded after coffee break at 3:10 p.m. today. So now we'd like to have a lunch break for 30 minutes, and we will kindly request your attendance again later on at 12:40 Bali time, Bali local time. And later on, the keynote session will be moderated by Professor Ida Ayudwi Giriantari, and then the track session 1 will be moderated by Bapak Wayan Gede Aryastina, PhD. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your attention, and we will see you later at 12:40. Thank you.
Mencatat perubahan gravitasi yang ada. Biasanya dalam pengerjaan pengukuran gravitasi ini dilakukan secara looping.
But you want it, man. I just found it on. You have to do this thing. You have to know this
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, participants, and I hope you can hear my voice clearly. So I'm sorry for a bit late for start for the session 2 for these keynote speakers. So we will have the first keynote speaker for this session is Professor Norikazu Shimizu from Yamaguchi University. And then the second one, Associate Professor Muhammad Aziz from University of Tokyo. And the third one, the representative of Aun Seednet project, Aun Seed project. And the last one from Professor El Sarkawi from Egypt Japan University of Science and Technology. So I would like to ask Professor Norikazu Shimizu, do you want to play your presentation by yourself or we should do it?
Yes. Can you give me the permission to use sharing file?
Okay, we'll do it. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Okay. You can start, Professor.
Okay. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So it's a great pleasure for me to meet you all, and a great privilege to have this opportunity to make my presentation at this conference. Okay, the title of my topics is, just a moment. Can you see this slide, everyone?
Yes, clearly, please.
Yes, okay.
Yeah, we can see it.
Okay, thank you. So the title of my topics is Role of Technological Innovation for Smart City. So satellite technology for monitoring ground deformation in natural disasters and environmental issues. So here are the main issues for sustainable cities. As you know well, economy, education, energy, disaster and environment, health and medical care, transportation, etc. Today, I'll focus on natural disaster and environmental issues. On the other hand, what are the base technology for smart cities? It's data collection technology, strategy and analysis technologies, and science application and technologies. What technology are used for natural disaster and environmental issue as a tool for creating smart city? So those are the use. Those are monitoring sensors device. So recently, satellite space technology are developing as a monitoring device and a system. And cloud database, AI and supercomputer. Of course, geotechnical engineering is important. And early alarm system and risk management are required directly for saving life and properties of people. So what is the most essential among those technologies? It must be monitoring sensor device because monitored data is the fundamental information for this procedure. So today, I will introduce satellite technology for monitoring ground deformation and its application to disaster and environmental issues. Okay, here, I will introduce GPS and de-insert as a satellite technology. At first, GPS. So it is well known as a navigation system. So you use this technology for identifying your location by your mobile phone. So in addition to navigation, so GPS can be used for precise surveying for wrong baseline. So recently, GNSS, Global Navigation Satellite System, is used as a general term, but I will use GPS because it is the most popular. So how to use GPS as a method of monitoring the ground displacement? So use a set sensor at the monitoring and reference point. The sensor receive and record the data transmitted from satellite. So three-dimensional displacement can be obtained with millimeter to centimeter accuracy. So here is a system for GPS displacement monitoring. So we originally developed this system. So these are the sensor, and sensor are connected to control box. So it's a fully automatic system, and it can monitor three-dimensional displacement with millimeter accuracy in real time. So monitoring result can be seen anytime and anywhere by your mobile phone and PC. Okay, this is the website of the system. So now let's log in. Okay, the user input the ID and the password and log in. the plan view of the site is coming up. In this case, so you can see the plan view of the slope around the lobe. So we can see the displacement vector in the plan view. You can find this area show the large displacement. And in a vertical section, so this slope seems to slide. And of course, the monitoring result, transition of three-dimensional displacement. So we can see this result in real time through the internet. Okay, this is an example of application of GPS for monitoring displacement of an unstable steep slope. So here is a target area for monitoring. The left part, this part, was already collapsed during long years. So debris, barrier, and the rock shed were constructed for safety traffic. So here is the position of the sensor. GPS sensor were installed at this point. So G1, G2, G3, and G4. We monitor the displacement this area continuously. So this figure shows the time transition of displacement for 2 years. The upper figure shows the displacement in the direction of latitude, it's the north direction and south. And the middle figure shows the displacement in the direction of longitude, it's the west and east. And the bottom figure shows the vertical displacement. So this direction means the subsidence. The red line represents the measured displacement, and the blue column shows the amount of hourly rainfall. So it is clearly found that the displacement increased with each rainfall. Okay, please look at this point. So the here is the rainfall, and then so the displacement increase slightly, and the next rainfall slightly increase again, and then at this date, finally increase very largely, something like that. It's easy to find it. So this is the monitoring result, representing by displacement vector in the plan view and the vertical section. So that the displacement at this point, G3, so this point moved to the left, and after that, moved to the downward. So G4 is same thing. And look at this vertical section. So this direction is BB, this direction, this line. So just a minute. G3 and G4 move down to the slope top. And also this movement is behave along this slip line. On the other hand, upper part of the slope at G2 is a subsidence. This behavior is a typical landslide behavior. Look at this, as shown in this figure. It means that this slope is unstable. And here is the criteria of the risk management of traffic. Okay, please look this, for example, level 2. The criteria is the displacement is larger than 20 millimeter per day or 4 millimeter per hour, and total amount of continuous rainfall is larger than 200 millimeter. If the displacement exceeds this criteria, displacement rain exceeded this criteria. As a safety measure, so both lane of the road is closed. Okay, so during these 2 years, displacement velocities exceeded the criteria 3 times. Look at this. So this is a level 2 criteria, and this black line shows the displacement velocity. Okay, in the first and second and the third time, so exceeded this criteria. At that time, the road was temporarily closed to traffic. So monitoring contributed to the risk management of the road without any accident. So this is a site map of the application of our GPS monitoring system in Japan. More than 400 sites, including landslide, cut slope, dams, tunnels, volcanoes, mines, bridge, etc., have employed our system for monitoring displacement. Okay, the second satellite technology is SAR, synthetic aperture radar. So it is a radar device mounted on artificial satellite. So the radar transmits the pulse wave to the Earth and receive the reflection from the ground surface. So the INSA is a method for detecting displacement of Earth's surface by using SAR data. So the INSA can provide the displacement distribution over huge area. So no devices are required on the ground surface in monitoring area. No device are required. We don't need the device. So these are big advantages for monitoring the ground displacement, so which other system and device do not have. Okay, so here is the map of illustrating disasters and environmental issues in Indonesia. Maybe you will know these cases very well. Okay, land subsidence flood in Jakarta, subsidence in Sumalang, landslide in Bandung, earthquake and tsunami and Palu, volcano eruption of Sinabang and Agung, Anak Krakatau volcano tsunami, and earthquake in Lombok. I will take 4 cases of the monitoring result from this map. Okay, so before talking these topics, I would like to introduce my colleague, former student of Yamaguchi University, Dr. Putu Edi Yasutika and Dr. E. Nyoman Sudi Parwata. So they graduated from University of Udayana and double degree program of Graduate School of Yamaguchi and Udayana University. After that, they got the doctor degree from Yamaguchi University. So they studied on the following application by using the INSA with me. So they did excellent work. Okay. The first case is subsidence in Sumalang. The land subsidence is a crucial issue to lead to serious damage to infrastructure, people, house, etc. Furthermore, the flood frequently occurred around the coastline. Measurement of subsidence has been conducted since 1980s, as shown in the right-hand side. So it is found that subsidence is increasing with a rate roughly 10 to 20 centimeters per year. So this video we took in 2017. this video shows the flood during the high tide at the northwest coast of the city, okay, around here. The groundwater extraction by factories and residents caused the subsidence. So we applied the insert to obtain the long-term subsidence and its spatial distribution. Okay, this slide shows the transition of subsidence distribution from 2003 to 2017. So this is the monitoring area surrounded by dotted line. This is the monitoring area. Okay. The left figure, this figure shows the subsidence distribution in 2003 to 2007. So the color gradually changing. The blue color means the no subsidence, but yellow and orange and red is large subsidence. And the next, the middle figure shows the subsidence from the 2007 to 2011. And similarly to the left-hand side, so the color changes from blue, yellow, orange, and finally red. And the right-hand side, this is the subsidence from 2015 to 2017. It's also the this area, for the subsidence increasing. So we found that the large subsidence has occurred in the north area, in this area, and also in some area inland. So here is the geological map. The geology of south area, this area, hill and mountain area, is composed of sandstone, conglomerate, and volcanic rock. So here is the hard ground. So the north is here. North is the alluvium deposit, so soft ground. Okay, so now let's overlap the subsidence distribution on this geological map, like this. So this red line shows the boundary between hard ground and soft ground. So it is found that the large subsidence occurred in a soft ground area. The result coincides with geological formation. So these are the transition of subsidence at selected point since 2003. Okay. This point, it's a PAMU, almost no subsidence, very stable. But this red point, look at this figure. Okay, the rate during 2003 to 2007 here was 5 centimeter per year. The rate increased about 8 centimeter per year during 2007 to 2011. And then it has become more than 10 centimeter per year. It means that subsidence is accelerating. So let's look at this point, RMPA. Okay, once we find the present situation, the next question is how the subsidence is going in future. So we estimate the future behavior based on the geomechanics theory with the monitoring result. Okay. At this point, 125 centimeter in 2017. Okay, in this case, the subsidence will reach at 175 centimeter in 2025. Okay, this slide showed the relationship between the amount of groundwater extraction and subsidence and these 2 points. Extraction of groundwater increased, subsidence clearly increased. So we found there is a strong relationship between groundwater extraction and subsidence. Okay, so here is the transition of subsidence in Tokyo, Osaka, Central, in Japan. So you can find the subsidence had continued to increase. So during 1890 to early 1970. But after 1980, subsidence has become stable because so 3 regulatory laws, industrial water regulatory laws, groundwater extraction for building regulatory law, and environmental pollution control law. So these 3 laws has been established in 1956 to 1967. So since groundwater extraction was restricted, the subsidence rate had decreased. The regulatory laws are important so that subsidence stop. Of course, not only the regulatory law, but also establishment of effective water supply system and improvement of governance will be needed to improve the situation. To confirm the validation of such a schemes, monitoring subsidence should be continued. Okay, next issue is the subsidence in Jakarta. So Jakarta is also well known as a sinking capital city. The impact of the subsidence has brought the tremendous social and economic loss to Jakarta. GPS and de-insert has been already applied so far by other researchers, and it was found that subsidence rate was 5 centimeters per year during 1982-1997, 10 centimeters per year during 1997 to 2005, and then 25 centimeters per year during 2007 to 2010. It is gradually increasing. So in order to know the recent situation, so we apply the insert. So here is the result. Please have a look at this figure. So yellow is 10 to 20 centimeters, and red is more than 20 up to 40 centimeters for last 5 years. So here is a comparison of subsidence rate, subsidence rate distribution between 2007 to 2010 and 2014 to 2019. So generally, so the rate seems to decrease. So we don't see the red color in this result. However, subsidence is not stable and still increasing. Okay, so here is the comparison of the time transition of subsidence between 2007 to 2011 and 2014 to 2019. At blue point, this point, okay, the result is this. The recent subsidence seems to be stable. On the other hand, at the red point, this point, so recently late, little decrease comparing the former one. So, but it is still increasing. So continuity of monitoring is highly recommended to update the information. The next case is a silent subsidence in Bali. Here. So please see this video. Please look around this area. So you can find light blue color area. So it is very clearly that the subsidence occur in this area. So let's look at the transition of subsidence in this area. Okay. North and south part of Denpasar, and here is in Kuta. In Kuta area, there is almost no subsidence. However, in south and north part of Denpasar, we found subsidence with a constant rate. The maximum rate is around 3.5 centimeter per year in the south Denpasar and 2 centimeter per year in the north Denpasar. So actually, TV news reported the flood happened on Pura Demak Street on 8 December 2018. The right-hand side shows the result of our de-insert analysis. The photo of left-hand side shows the flood in the red color area of this figure, this area. So the flood also happened on Devi Sri Street on January 22 last year. So the insert result agree with the flood area. Therefore, this flood seems to caused by the subsidence. So we walked around this area to investigate the sign of subsidence. So last year. So we found the initial sign of damage caused by land subsidence on the road, the building, and wall. The next question is why subsidence happened. So here is a map of location of well. So the black symbol represent the well. And okay, this is the transition of groundwater extraction. And this is a transition of subsidence. Here again, we get, okay, so the subsidence, the ground extraction, amount of ground water extraction increase, the subsidence also increase. So we found again the strong relationship between groundwater extraction and subsidence. So we should carefully monitor the transition and should consider appropriate plans of countermeasures. So the insert technology has revealed a silent behavior of subsidence in Denpasar. So we can say monitoring can make the invisible behavior visible. Okay, final case is the monitoring volcanic activity. I take a case of Mount Agung, so here in Bali. So the insert was applied to investigate the displacement behavior of Mount Agung before and after eruption in 2017. So this is one of the results of displacement distribution during the 2014 to 2017 by Albino in 2019. So we can find large displacement occurred in the north of Mount Agung. Okay, here is our result. So we analyzed the latest SAT data in 2014 to 2019. So displacement in the north of the mountain here increased. It's a similar result as shown in last slide. So let's look at the detail. So before eruption in November 2017, so displacement began to increase largely since 2016, this period. The seismic event increased from August 2017. Eruption occurred on 25 and 28 November 2017. After then, the behavior seems to once stable this period. However, the seismic activity started again in May 2019, and the displacement began to increase again. Actually, Agung has had the eruption on 13 June 2019, last year. So we should carefully continue to monitor the behavior. Okay, the monitoring technology using satellite can be applied any place in the world. I'm conducting collaborative research with Balkan country in Eastern Europe, so Slovenia, Croatia, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Macedonia, Bulgaria, and others. Satellite technology can open the door for international collaboration. Okay, concluding remark. So monitoring ground displacement is essential for solving issue of disaster and environment. The satellite technology will be one of the desirable tools for developing smart city. Okay. So I expressed my gratitude to Dr. Eddie and Sudi for their great contribution to this research. So thank you very much for your kind attention. Terima kasih.
Thank you very much, Professor Shimizu, for your presentation, for your good presentation. If I can summarize for your presentation, that clearly the technology for remote sensing using GPS and SAR that you promote is very good and very helpful in in monitoring the disaster and environmental issues. And I think it can avoid more victims and damage for the place. And very surprisingly, that I just knew that the place, especially Denpasar, also has the problem of sinking. So I hope we can find how to manage that to avoid that happen. And Professor Shimizu, I would like to say apology for my my mistake, not my my failure of, because I haven't launched your CV before your presentation. So please apology. Yes, Professor Norikazu Shimizu is a professor of rock mechanics and Department of Civil and Environmental Engineering at Yamaguchi University, Japan. and he is also former vice president of International Society for Rock Mechanics and Rock Engineering. And Professor Shimizu is past president of Japan Society for Rock Mechanics. And he's established the ISRM suggested method for monitoring rock displacement using GPS. It's very impressive. Thank you, Professor Shimizu, for your presentation and your contribution. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, we would like to go for the second presentation. Will be from Associate Professor Muhammad Aziz from University of Tokyo. Associate Professor Muhammad Aziz is sorry, I need to the things will so the CV before he starts. Sorry, Professor Muhammad Aziz, about that earlier technical problem. Okay, so please. Before you start, we will read your CV first. Okay, it's coming. Okay, Associate Professor Muhammad Aziz is currently Associate Professor in Industrial Science, the University of Tokyo, and is graduate from Kyushu University, Japan, for his bachelor, master, and doctor degrees. So I would like to give the time for Associate Professor Muhammad Aziz to present his paper. Please.
Okay, thank you very much, moderator, and also Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang semuanya. Thank you. Salam sejahtera bagi semuanya. And also today, actually, I would like to present my presentations, what we are doing now currently in our lab also, and let me to share my presentation slide. Can you see my slides now?
Yes.
And also my voice is clear?
Please start.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. It is my great pleasure to give any kind of talk today, and also to maybe you can discuss further after the talk, or maybe we can have any kind of another opportunity to meet and also discuss further. And today, what I would like to talk today is because my background is mechanical engineering, and what I'm doing now is related to the energy systems technology. So today, I just would like to talk about the zero carbon energy systems toward the realizations of green and also smart society in the futures. And also actually the moderator has introduced me well actually, and basically now I am the faculty in the University of Tokyo, Japan, and also currently also I am president of International Indonesian Scholars Associations. So if you have any interest to collaborate with us, we are very happy to welcome all of you to have any collaboration with us. And also, basically, we are working on several different research areas, including the energy system, process design, and also the power generations, carbon captures, and etc. Okay, as the introductions of my talk today, as maybe it has been delivered well by the previous keynote speakers. And some speakers talk about the Industry 4.0, and also in Japan, actually we have Society 5.0. But basically, both of them has a similarity. They are talking about currently about the progress of the technology, including any kind of communication technology, big data, and also any kind of smart society. But actually, both of them have different approach. Especially for the Society 5.0, usually in Japanese society, we include any kind of emotional, any kind of social background, and also any kind of civilizations. And when we are moving to any kind of energy, we have actually three important pillars when we are talking about the energy in the futures also. The first thing is that related to energy security. The second thing is that related to energy equity. And the third one is also the important point is related to environmental sustainability. When you're talking about the energy security, it means that how far we can supply, we can have any kind of supply, sufficient supply to cover all of the demand that we need. Yeah, in terms of both quantity and also the quality. In terms of quality, it means that how far we can balance qualitatively with high quality between the demand also within the supply side. And also for the energy equity, it means that how far we can improve the accessibility, how far we can have any kind of inclusive systems to accommodate all of the stakeholders, including the residential, including individual stakeholders, and also any kind of big corporate stakeholders. They can behave as they are the producers and also they are the consumers of the energy itself. So in the futures, because as we know that like renewable energy is very distributed, it means that it should involve all of the availability or any kind of resources available in any field, in any sectors to be utilized optimizedly. So in this case, the energy equity or any kind of accessibility to behave for all the stakeholders, to behave as the producers and also consumers, or we can appropriate it as the consumers in the future is very also important things. And the third one, the last thing is that related to the environmental sustainability. So in this case, how far we can reduce our impact, environmental impact in this case, including how far we can reduce CO2 in the atmosphere. And also maybe in the futures, we can avoid any kind of carbon-based fuels when we would like to avoid any kind of CO2 emissions to our atmosphere. As we know also, I think all of us know well related to this one, because based on this data, it means that the energy sector has very significant role for the CO2 emissions, the total CO2 emissions in this world. And it is responsible for about 70% of the total emitted CO2 in this earth. And how can we avoid, or how can we reduce this kind of CO2 emissions in the futures? Now we have different policies, but actually, basically, we have clear movement in this case that we would like to have any kind of energy transitions in the futures. Basically, there are 4 different energy transitions. The first thing is that the decarbonization. It means that we would like to move or avoid any kind of carbon-based fuel to any kind of non-carbon-based fuel in this case. So the first thing is that decarbonizations. So how far we can convert any kind of carbon-based fuels like the biomass, like also the coal, and also like any others, oil, gas, or etc. How far we can also convert them to any kind of non-carbon-based fuels, including hydrogens, ammonia, or maybe etc. And the first thing is that it is responsible for the electrification sector. And the second thing is that the carbonizations in non-electricity sector. And the third one is that it means that how far we can improve the energy productivity. Or in this case, when we are dealing with the energy productivity, it means that we should improve the energy efficiency from our system that we have. But unfortunately, if these 3, like decarbonization and the electrification, also decarbonization in non-electrification sectors, and also when we cannot improve our energy productivity, it means that we don't have any other options. So in the last option, it means that how far we can improve or how far we can have any kind of scenario or any kind of what we would like to when we would like to reduce the CO2 emissions total. So in this case, how far we can optimize our systems or have any kind of greener scenario for our society. And related to the energy sustainability in the futures also, when we would like to have it, it means that we should have or strengthen these kind of 5 pillars. The first thing related to the renewability. Renewability, it means that we should improve or increase the share of the renewable energy in our life, in our all sectors that we are involving. And the second thing is that we need to improve the energy efficiency, or other words, we can use the word of energy productivity. And the third one is lowering the environmental impact. It means that, okay, not only CO2, but maybe any other NOx or maybe any other H2S or etc., which is very, very dangerous to our environmental. And the fourth one is related to the energy accessibility, and it is very related strongly to the energy equity, the pillar that I have shown before. And the last one is that how far we can improve all of the accessibility and these things, and also and it is very strongly related to any kind of the formations of local social, economic, and environmental conditions. It means that when we would like to have any kind of energy productions in our society, we also would like to have any kind of balanced energy consumption in our society. And for the frameworks of energy sustainability in the future, we can categorize into 3 different frameworks. The first thing for the short term, maybe it's about 5 or 10 years in the futures. It is including the energy efficiency and also the integration of low carbon technologies and renewable energy in the futures. But when we are talking with the more longer period until 2050 or 2060, it means that we can still have at any time to develop any kind of integrations of low carbon technologies, with also the involvement of renewable energy, including also the involvement of electricity and hydrogens for our future energy systems. And the main targets for the midterms, it means that about 30 or maybe 50 years in the futures, that we can have any kind of zero emissions from all of our activities, including the energy productions and also consumptions. And for the long term, it is longer than 50 years in the futures, how far we can realize any kind of zero consumption and also zero waste in our society. So it means that, okay, in a kind of local society, we can produce and also we can consume by these kind of closed society, and the society can have any kind of independent systems or mechanism to cover all of the electricity or the energy that they need for their all activities. And when we are talking about the smart energy systems, it means that, okay, we have basically 3 different smart energy systems. The first is related to the electricity grids. The second thing is that related to the thermal grids, and the third thing is related to the gas grid. But unfortunately for Indonesian case, we are not dealing with this kind of thermal grids. So in this case, maybe in the futures, we would like to focus mainly on the electricity and also on the gas grid in this case. So because when I talk related to the energy security, it means that we cannot lay on one kind of energy forms like the electricity. Okay, electricity has very high energy conversion rate or exchange rate, but unfortunately we cannot lay on only one form in terms of energy security in case that there will be any kind of emergency case or accident or etc. So it means that we need any kind of support from any other energy forms, including the chemical energy or etc. So related to the chemical energy, in this case, maybe we would like to focus further on the gas rather than on the liquid or maybe on the solid fuels, because when we see in our history that the transitions of energy forms started from the solid forms, and then when the technology related to the oil refinery technology has been improved well, people are moving from the solid to any kind of liquid fuels. But unfortunately, in 1980, something like that, we faced with a oil shock, and some people are very stressful with this kind of phenomena, and the trends at that time is how far they can have any kind of the way out or any kind of idea to get any kind of more better or more energy system which has any kind of higher energy efficiency, which is the gas itself. Because burning the gas, it means that we can have more higher temperatures. It means that we can have more energy efficiency rather than oil, and also rather than liquid or maybe the solid fuels, or etc. And related to the smart society in the futures, and also with the idea of industrial 4.0 and also the society 5.0 or industry 4.0 and also society 5.0. The idea is that we would like to connect all the producers and also all the consumers. And in these things, we have a kind of idea of Internet of Energy. It means that how far we can connect all the stakeholders involved in our energy systems in the futures. So in the futures, any kind of residentials or any kind of individual stakeholders, they are not only behaving as any kind of consumers, but also they can behave to be any kind of energy producers. And in this case, all the energy stakeholders are basically connected, and all the energy productions can be predicted, can be forecasted, and also the consumptions also can be predicted and also forecasted. And in this case, the price of the energy itself in the futures maybe will be fluctuating. It really depends on the conditions or the balance between the supply and also with the demand side. And when we are talking about this the smart electricity grid, basically there are several key characteristics of the smart electricity grid. The first thing is that because it is related to the Internet of Technology, it means that we use any kind of information technologies to improve how the electricity can be delivered, and also how the electricity can be balanced between the producers and also the consumption side. And also, until now, actually, we don't have any kind of system to let the consumer to interact with the producer itself. And the production side, like the power generation, basically follows the fluctuations in the demand side. But in the futures, both of consumers and also the producers, it means they can see each other, they can adapt to each other. And as I have mentioned before, that the price between of the energy itself can be very fluctuating depending on the conditions of supply and also on the demand side itself. And the idea of the self-healing is also very important things, because self-healing, it means that when there's any kind of accidents, when there is any kind of problems in our system, it means that the system itself can heal, can recover as soon as possible, and it has minimum impacts to another systems or any kind of surrounding systems. And when we are talking also about the price of the energy itself, also we would like to accommodate any kind of demand response. So basically, the consumption side or the consumers also, they also would like, or they must also behave depending on the production side. And also, usually it is called as the demand response. It means that the demands or the consumption side will behave depending on the price of the electricity. When the price of the electricity is high, maybe they will minimize or they will reduce any kind of activities which consumes the energy because of high electricity price. And I think I would like to skip this slide, and it is the idea of the smart electricity in the futures. And actually, as I mentioned before, the idea of self-healing also very, very important in this case. And also how far we can enable the intermittent power generation sources, because primary energy sources are broadly available. in our world actually, including the wind, including the solar, including the geothermal, biomass, etc. And they should be, all of them, they should be, it means that they must be incorporated or elaborated to get any kind of optimum power generations in the futures. And also the important thing is that we need to guarantee any kind of energy quality. So it means that we need to have any kind of energy buffer, which is energy storage, or maybe we can have any kind of more modern systems, including the electric vehicles or etc. for power ancillary services. And as I mentioned before, that the IOE or Internet of Energy in this case, we are also dealing with the idea of big data, artificial intelligence, also the communication technology. But unfortunately, when we are talking about the big data, it means it's really not easy things, because it is quite difficult things, because it is dealt with any kind of quantity and also any kind of quality problems. For the quantity, we have any kind of volume, velocity, variety, veracity, and also for the quality one, also we have any kind of diversity, visibility, and also the value itself, which is quite different between the one data and also with another data. And when we are moving to any kind of idea of smart cities, actually, I think it has been well explained in the previous sessions. So I just would like to explain briefly about this idea of smart cities, especially in terms of energy systems, and what is the aims of the smart city or smart society itself. In this case, is that we would like to provide any kind of high quality of life, including high quality of energy itself. So quality is very important in terms of physical quality, or in terms of energy. It means that we are dealing with the sufficient energy supply, and the second one is related to the high quality of energy itself. And the third thing, which is a very important thing, is that how far we can have any kind of open participations, availability, or in which all the stakeholders can involve freely to be any kind of producers and also consumers, and they can take any kind of profit. They can also sell their electricity or etc. Okay, this is the components in smart cities, and I have mentioned before that energy is very, very important in this case, and how far we can accommodate or elaborate all the primary energy sources. And also we are not only dealing with the primary energy sources, but also we are dealing with the secondary energy sources, because at the reality, what we are dealing with is that not with the primary energy sources, but with the secondary energy sources, such as the electricity, or maybe any kind of chemical energy, heat, or etc. And the other things is that related to the buildings, homes, or etc. Also the mobility, and also the information and communication technology, and also the demography or any kind of social developments. I think I just would like to skip this slide, and it is the idea that I would like to share to all of you. It is when we are talking about the energy systems in general, we have any kind of several primary energy sources, including any kind of renewable energy sources and also non-renewable, nuclear, or etc. But unfortunately, as I mentioned before, that what we are dealing with directly is not with the primary energy sources itself, but we are dealing with this any kind of secondary energy sources. There are many available secondary energy sources, including the electricity, and also any kind of heat, and also any kind of chemical energy. But in terms of exaggerate it, or it means that how far the energy can be converted effectively. Electricity has very high energy efficiency, because it can be converted well, it can be converted completely to any other energy forms, including the heat itself. But unfortunately, we cannot lay on one kind of energy form, which is the electricity itself. So it means that we need to develop, or we need to have any kind of other secondary energy sources, which can be any kind of chemical energy or etc. But the important thing also is that when we are dealing with kind of chemical energy, we are dealing also with the environmental problems. As I mentioned before, that the concern about how far we can move to any kind of decarbonized society. So it means that it's really better for us to adopt or to utilize any kind of non-carbon based fuels. So in this case, in our scenario, we would like to develop any kind of non-carbon based fuels, including the ammonia and also the hydrogen for this case. So the big scenario is that the first thing is that how far we can convert the energy, the primary energy sources to secondary energy sources effectively. And the second thing is that how far we can communicate, how far we can mutually convert among these kind of secondary energy sources, including the electricity and also the hydrogens, ammonia, or etc. And among them, actually, we have also any kind of power storage and also hydrogen storage or any kind of energy storage in general, and also how far this kind of chemical energy also can be converted to any kind of other materials, including the metal refinings, fuels, or etc. And is it the real concrete example of mutual conversions between the electricity and also any kind of secondary energy sources, which is chemical energy, including the hydrogens, methane, DME, DME, or methanol, or etc. But actually, both of them, between the electrical energy and also chemical energy, they can be converted mutually. And I think this is the idea related to the hydrogen itself. This is the characteristic of the hydrogens, but I just would like to skip it. And it is the characteristics of hydrogen in general. Basically, it is colorless, odorless, tasteless, non-toxic, and non-poisonous. But also, actually, the hydrogen, it has high auto-ignition temperatures, which is about 500 to 600 degrees Celsius, right? That's almost 600 degrees Celsius, which is really high compared with the gasoline itself. So theoretically, in this case, hydrogen is more safer rather than the gasoline when we are talking about the auto-ignition temperature itself. But unfortunately, the problem with the hydrogens is related to its storability. Because the hydrogens, okay, it has very high gravimetric energy density, but unfortunately, it has very low volumetric energy density, which is only about 3 watt-hour per liters. So it means that we need to have any kind of very well or very efficient hydrogen storage systems, including any kind of liquefactions, or it means that we need to store the hydrogen in liquid conditions, or maybe for the pressurizations, and also converting the hydrogens to any kind of other materials or hydrates or etc., and also including converting the hydrogens to the ammonia. And this is the roles of hydrogens in our society in the futures, including the power generations for the large scales. So maybe in the futures, we are not generating our power further based on the coal or based on any kind of gas or etc. But maybe in the futures, maybe we can generate the electricity from hydrogen itself, which is in turn, hydrogen is produced previously from any kind of coals or coal, oil, or maybe gas or etc. And also the hydrogen also can be used for the transmission, also distribution sector. And the last one, it can also be delivered to any kind of end users, including the residentials, including also the any kind of corporate or etc. And also basically the hydrogen itself can be, it is ready for our utilization, or including our daily utilizations. As I mentioned before, theoretically, and also now it has been proven technologically by several companies and also any kind of academics. For the power generation, it can generate the power in very efficient way, including the SOFC or fuel cell technology, and also any kind of more efficient hydrogen-based cycles. And also for the transportation sector, actually now it has been adopted. And also for the industry, it can also be used to be any kind of materials and also it can be used for the energy itself. And I think it is the scenario for the power to gas, but I just would like to skip it. But the main idea when we have any kind of electricity, whether electricity is generated from any kind of renewable energy, including solar and wind, when it is converted back to electricity through the hydrogen itself, the total efficiency, unfortunately, is still very low. It's only about 30%. Okay, currently, like in Japan or maybe other countries, these concerns are not really big deals. But now, basically, these kind of concerns happens in Germany. In the case of Germany, because in the northern Germany, there are huge wind farms in that area. But unfortunately, the consumptions or the demand for the electricity itself is located in the southern part of Germany. So it means that the electricity generated from the northern part of Germany should be delivered, transmitted to the northern, southern part of Germany. But unfortunately, because of the limitations of the grid available over there, not all of the electricity can be delivered to the southern part. So it means that a part of the electricity or the surplus electricity generated in the northern part should be converted to the gas, including the hydrogens and also the methanes, and then the hydrogen and methane can be injected to the gas pipeline, which is now currently available in the country, and then this kind of energy can be delivered to the demand side. And this is the roadmap of the hydrogen technology in the futures. Now, basically, we are in the second phase of building infrastructures. So we cannot say that now currently hydrogen is really profitable. Now, maybe in the futures, about maybe after 2030 or maybe after 2050, we would like to build a kind of hydrogen economy. It means that the hydrogen-based technologies are really competitive, are really economically competitive with any other power generators, including the coal-based power generators or maybe any kind of conventional power generators. And there are some fillable methods or materials to store effectively the hydrogen itself. Is including the hydrides, including the adsorption technology, liquefactions, and also compressions. And also in this case, basically how to store the hydrogens, we have several various technologies of years, but what we like to have when we would like to store the hydrogen effectively is that we should have any kind of high volumetric and also gravimetric hydrogen density. So it means that we should target or we are targeting for having any kind of hydrogen storage over years, including the methane, including ammonia, or etc. And actually, in our lab, actually, we also have developed any kind of models, including analysis for comparing between the liquid hydrogens and also hydrate-based hydrogens, and also the ammonia for the hydrogen storage. And from our analysis, it means that for the liquid hydrogen, we are facing with a huge energy input or a huge energy consumption when we would like to liquefy the hydrogen itself. And it is about 30% of the energy brought by the hydrogen itself, which is really huge. And also there is the problem of boil off. It means that when the hydrogen is transported or stored for a long time, it means that there will be any kind of boil off phenomena due to the change of the magnetic directions of the hydrogen's atoms itself, which is from the ortho to the para hydrogens. And the second one for the toluene or any kind of liquid organic hydrogens carrier in this case, the problem is that usually face during the decompositions, because the decompositions or the way to release the hydrogen from any kind of this kind of organic hydrogens carriers is usually also very huge. And for the ammonia, okay, the technology to convert the hydrogen to ammonia currently is based on the Haber-Bosch process, and this technology is also very quite energy consuming, but actually the ammonia can be directly utilized for power generations, for or any kind of fuel cells or etc., which is based on our study. Actually, the energy efficiency of the ammonia with the direct utilizations of ammonia gets very the highest one, and also from the from the price of the cost of or the cost of the hydrogen itself, the ammonia with direct utilizations shows the cheapest options compared with any other options of hydrogen storage. And this is related to the ammonia, but unfortunately, I think I should skip it. But basically, the ammonia can be directly utilized, whether it can be combusted, it can be used as the fuel for the fuel cells, or etc. And also, actually, this is the scenario, the possible scenario for the country, including Indonesia and also several ASEAN countries, because maybe we can produce the hydrogens or maybe ammonia from any kind of resources which are available in our countries, including natural gas, low-rank coal, and also because Asian countries are basically rich in any kind of biomass, in any kind of industrial and also agricultural waste. It means that we can convert this kind of waste effectively to hydrogens or ammonia, and then it can be stored and then it can be utilized, or maybe it can be exported to other countries which more or maybe economically feasible or profitable. And I think I just would like to talk in short related to the electric vehicles in the futures, because electric vehicles for me itself is just very, very challenging, and it gives the opportunity for us actually. And how far we can integrate the electric vehicles in our energy systems in the futures. But in case that we cannot accommodate or elaborate this kind of technology, when as we could see that when electric vehicles are charged, very huge amount of electricity are consumed by this kind of electric vehicles. So it means that there will be any kind of problems. There will come out of huge stress in our energy or in our electricity systems. So in this case, we should develop, it is very urgent for us to develop any kind of vehicle grid integration technology. It means that how far we can coordinate well all these kind of behaviors of all electric vehicles which are available in our countries, and also how far further we can use or utilize them to take part or to participate in our energy system to help the conditions of our energy systems. Some countries, they have any strong commitment to move or to move to the electric vehicles, including the Netherlands or etc. And there are some available services, as we could see that the electric vehicles are basically moving battery, and the amount of the battery itself is very huge. It means that when we can utilize, when we can coordinate, then we can control all of these electric vehicles. It means that they are very, very promising to be utilized as the battery itself. And I think there are some available services, but I cannot explain each of them actually. But I think the most important thing is that it is really dealing with the frequency regulations. Usually, it is dealing with any kind of quality market itself, because it can balance between the demand, also with the supply side in very short time. And based on our experiment, actually, electric vehicles can respond in less than 6 seconds, which is relatively faster compared with currently what we use currently, which is based on the power generators itself. So this is the systems that we can have in the futures. Actually, we need to develop any kind of aggregators or any kind of operators. So these operators basically are having any kind of contract with all the electric vehicles, and all the electric vehicles are basically communicating for 24 hours and 7 days with the aggregator or with the operator itself. And as we could see that maybe when we have any kind of vehicles, basically in one day, we can see that maybe the vehicle itself are used for commuting. It means that when they are used for the commuting, maybe they are just used for about 2 hours in total for one day. So it means that the remaining 22 hours, basically they are not utilized well. So in case this kind of phenomenon happen, it means that we can utilize this kind of electric vehicles for supporting our energy system in the future. Basically, in Indonesian case, that currently we don't have any kind of energy buffer or a huge energy storage for our energy system or for our electricity systems. So this is very dangerous in this case, that we cannot control the electric vehicles that maybe we can adopt in near future, 3 to 5 years in the future. What we need in the futures, what we need as the futures, as I mentioned before, this is the conclusions of my talk today. That is the important thing is that how far we can move or how far we can decarbonize or move from any kind of carbon-based fuel to any kind of non-carbon-based fuels, and also sorry, there is huge noise now, but I don't know whether I just would like to continue or letting. Okay. Okay, so because there is any kind of noise, so I just would like to show my last slide. Actually, basically for our country, yeah, including some countries, what we need for the future is that we should have any kind of integrated and also smarter systems, and also diversification resources, and also low environmental impact technologies, and also the most important thing also that we can have any kind of clear and also sustainable policies. So in this case, the role of the governments are really very important to clarify all the policies that we need to elaborate or to accommodate any ideas from the producers and also from the customers. And also, this is very important thing is that we need any kind of technology transfer and also creations in our countries. Thank you very much for all your attention today, and hopefully that we can have any further discussions. Maybe it's not possible for today, maybe we can have any further discussions in the futures. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Professor Muhammad Aziz, for your interesting presentation. And I'm sorry for the interruption. It's quite try to find. It's a very good and very impressive presentation that you have. And if I can summarize that, you clearly said that energy is the important thing for a smart city, and you also show us that hydrogen is the future for the energy for our smart life for the future. Thank you, Professor Muhammad Aziz, for your presentation. Okay, we will move for the third presentation. Presentation will be from OwnSeedNet, and I don't know who will be presenting that.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me?
Okay, okay. Ms. Kanopan, right?
Yes.
Okay. I will give you 20 minutes for your presentation because time is very limited. So please take your time for presentation.
Sure. Okay. Can you see my presentation now?
Yes, clear.
Okay. Okay, you can see my presentation, right? Oh, sorry. Oh, just a moment. Enable. Okay, is this clear now? Can you see my presentation?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. And it's my pleasure to be here presenting about our project, JICA project for AU and SIDNet, and joining this regional conference for energy engineering in conjunction with the third international conference on smart city innovation, or ICSCI and IDEWEL. Yes, the purpose of this presentation is I would like to introduce about our project and program activities for sharing the opportunity for future collaborations. And I believe that this presentation will be beneficial for academician and researcher who are looking for research fund, conference fund, and journal opportunity or future connection. So first of all, let me introduce our project. It is JICA project, which is JICA from means Japan International Cooperation Agency. The budget supported by Japanese government, and with the collaboration with ASEAN University Network. So that's why our project called AUN, and then SIDNet is from Southeast Asia Engineering Education Development Network. And we have the aim to promote human resource development in engineering in the region. So our project has started since 2001. We have one phase is length 5 years, and as of now we are on phase 4 from 2018 to 2023. And yeah, with this long collaboration, we have 26 universities in Southeast Asia and 14 supporting university in Japan. And as you can see in this presentation, one of the hosts for this conference, which is Universitas Indonesia, or UI, is also our member institution. And we also have some professors who also come from this university who presenting in this conference as well. So talking about the achievement of our project, in brief, we have more than 1,400 master and PhD holder who get scholarship support, and we have more than 230 research projects, more than 2,500 mobility programs, mainly research trip and regional conference trip. And we also have directory for university industry linkage in 8 countries in Southeast Asia. We cover all the range of engineering field with 10 fields. And as you can see, energy engineering is one of the important field for us. And it is appreciated that we have a regional conference on energy engineering today. For the yes, okay, may I continue? Yeah, for the program. For the program highlight, we have 5 activities. I just want to recheck if everyone can hear my presentation.
Okay.
We can hear it, Kanovan. We
Okay.
hear it fine. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, because there's some notification on my screen. All right, yeah, please let me continue. So for the program highlights, we have the 5 program, which I will explain clearly later. Okay, for the first one, Collaborative Education Program or CEP. It is the program that we give the financial support to the consortium, which consists of our member university and other network, including industry. So the consortium aims to create the quality engineering human resource by giving the scholarship and research fund. Here in this slide, I showing you the consortium who already received our financial support. As you can see, the first line under the name of the consortium are the main university, who are our member institution who receive our fund and manage this consortium. For example, the first one, the CEP scene, managed by Thammasat University in Thailand. And they also have collaboration with Hokkaido University. And for industry, they have the collaboration with Thai Obayashi and Thai Heyo. And for example, number 5, JASEP, which is energy engineering. This is the consortium that provides scholarship for master and PhD program managed by University Malaya, collaborate with Kyoto University, and they have collaboration with Daikin Research and Development Malaysia. Yes, and as I mentioned, all these consortium provide scholarship for master and PhD. So this is focusing on human resource development. Next, please. Okay. The next program is for our alumni, because we recognize that our alumni is the crucial asset for the network and development. So we provide the fund for our alumni to initiate the educational and professional networking event, as well as the research fund. So this for alumni who receive our support in degree and in event, for example, for the sponsor participant of this regional conference, also consider as our alumni. The sample of the alumni group, for example, for this year, ITC in Cambodia, SUST in Vietnam, SCMUT in Vietnam, and NUL in Laos. These are the alumni group who already created the group and start working together to strengthen the network. And for this program, we also open for application soon. So please stay tuned. These are the sample of the activity. It depends on our alumni to create activity. For example, the alumni meeting, the industrial visit, learning from community or symposium conference. Next one is regional conference. It's actually this program today that we participating. So we also welcome for the joint conference as well to expanding our network. Like for example, this year UI awarded with the application from Professor Heri Hermansia. So after awarded, we know that is the joint conference with the Udayana University, and we are quite welcome for that. And usually we support for the conference about 14,000 USD for the organizer or for the host of the conference. And we support the participant as well every year. However, as you know that because of the pandemic outbreak, this year we could not support the Lao tip ticket or accommodation. we can only support the registration waiver and online participation only. Yes, and so as I mentioned previously, we have 10 field of engineering field. So every year we have 10 regional conference. For this conference, it's the first conference of the year, and actually it's the first online conference for us. Yes, which conducted on 27 to 28. And thank you everyone for participating, and I hope you may interested to join other regional conference as well. As you can see, the schedule is around January and February next year. It will be conducted mostly online, and more update it will show on our website, which you can search by Google, or I also will also share with you later in the end of the slide. And for our member university, we also welcome for the call for application soon. This is around the end of this year to arrange the conference of next year. Next one is the ASEAN Engineering Journal, which indexed by Scopus, and fortunately we don't have any fee for publishing the paper with us, and my colleague will explain later in the next presentation. Next session. So last one is the Special Program for Research Against COVID-19, or SPRAC. It has just created this year to support research collaboration in interdisciplinary ideas, methods, and tools to contribute to counter COVID-19 outbreak. And this year we award 35 projects in 5 countries in ASEAN, and we quite happy that we received quite numbers of the applications. So let me inform you roughly about this. So in case if you're interested, you can check more on our website, and maybe some of your colleagues might work in some university, and if you kind of interested in this project. In Indonesia, we award ITS for 2 projects and UGM, University of Gadjah Mada, for 2 projects. In Laos, NUL, the National University of Laos. In Malaysia, we award to UTM, USM. In Thailand, we award to CU, or Chulalongkorn University, KMITL, KU, Kasetsart University, and TU, Thammasat University. In Vietnam, we award SUST in Hanoi and SCMUT in Ho Chi Minh City. So roughly, I would like to brief that for the audience who interested to apply for the fund. You can look at number 2, number 3, and number 4. For number 2 is for our alumni. For number 3 is regional conference next year. If you are our member institution and you would like to apply for this, or looking for the partners to have the joint conference, for example. And for ASEAN Engineering Journal, which is open for all year round and is free of charge. And talking about CEP, or Collaborative Education Program, and the SPRAC, Special Research Against COVID, it's no longer open for application. But if you are interested to be the partner, you may contact the consortium or send us the email for more information. Next one, I will go briefly on this, like some partner or some people might ask us about how about after our project phase 4, because it will finish in 2023. So we actually have the direction towards the end of phase 4. That is, we...
Sorry to interrupt, Ms. Kanovan.
Pardon?
Sorry to interrupt. You still have 2 minutes for your presentation. Thank you.
Sure, thank you. Yeah, so we would like to expand our network to Southeast Asia and Africa, applying the policy of Japan and ASEAN. And I could give example, for example, with the consortium or the CEP program, we would like to have participation from partners from South Asia and Africa, for example, or for this regional conference, we would like to have people from South Asia and Africa as well to expand our network. But surely we also strengthening the network in ASEAN as well. But this time is the time to expanding. And yeah, this is just lovely show the idea that we no longer work only alone or only in ASEAN, but we should now extend our collaboration to other part of the world. Okay, last but not least, my around 2-minute video that I would like to share with you. Let me finish this presentation first. Sorry, just a moment. Now I would like to show this video. To finish my presentation. I hope you can hear.
Economic and social development are two key components of sustainable development goals. In a rapidly changing world, technology, science, and innovation become the driving forces of economic and social growth. Regional cooperation allows nations to exchange know-how, skills, and revenues, and collectively produce high-skilled human resource vital for social and economic development. For almost 2 decades, AUNC completely planting the seeds of collaboration in engineering education between ASEAN and Japan. Nurtured and fostered by great supports from Japanese government in China or Japan International Cooperation Agency, governments of ASEAN countries, 26 member institutions, 14 Japanese universities, and other partners, the seed has sprouted and expanded its branches over the years. Innovative knowledge sharing and human resource development blossomed into a long-lasting collaborative network among ASEAN and Japanese institutions. In phase 4, the 4 main pillars of the project include Collaborative Education Program, or CEP, a scholarship program uniquely designed to enhance flexibility and collaboration through university consortiums. Alumni Support Program, or ASP, a program aimed to promote sustainability of AUNC net alumni connections and network. Regional Conference, or RC, annual conferences serve as platforms for scholars to exchange innovative knowledge and technological advancements. An RC Engineering Journal, or AEJ, an official publication of the China Project, or AUNC, focused on improving research capacity in engineering education, covering 10 fields of engineering. Each program is designed to enhance the capacity of human resource and engineering education, expand the network of collaboration, encourage connections between academia, industry, and community, and ensure sustainability of past achievements. Over 1,400 scholarships granted, 200 collaborative research projects, 150 conferences, and more than 530 academic mobility programs accomplished over the years indicate that the root of the seed being planted has now deepened and expanded firmly extending out to tackle the regional common issues that hinder development of ASEAN nations. We will continue to extend our reach to ultimately establish connections beyond ASEAN and Japan and collectively contribute to the global efforts to achieve sustainable development goals for all. We can together join hands in transnational professional network expansion and human resource development, and together we will reap the fruits of sustainable social and economic prosperity.
Thank you for your presentation, Ms. Kanopan.
Yes, that's the end of the presentation. Thank you very much.
Yes, there is a now we will give Professor Imam Raksawardoyo to to give information about ASEAN Energy Journal. So because the time very limited, so please, Professor Imam, use your time precisely, like not more than 10 minutes. Thank you. Would you stop that? Yes, thank you. Professor Imam, are you there? Iman Reksawardoyo, Professor Iman Reksawardoyo. Oh, I think he's not here ya. Udah? Ada kedengaran? Profesor Iman? Professor Iman, please. I think Professor Iman has a connection problem. Yeah. Yeah. Unfortunately, we cannot reach Professor Iman Reksawardoyo. So maybe we can move to the next next presentation. So
yes, please go for the next presentation from Egypt Japan University.
Yes,
thank you.
Thank you. The next presentation will be from Egypt Japan University of Science and Technology, will be delivered by Professor El Sakawi. So please, Professor El Sakawi, I give
Thank
you
you,
20 minutes for
Professor.
presentation.
Thank you, Professor. Please make me a presenter to share. Could you please make me a presenter so I can share my presentation, please?
Yeah, we are doing it. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. This is Ibrahim El Sharqawi from Egypt. I am a professor in Energy Resources Engineering Department, Egypt, Egypt Japan University of Science and Technology, EJUST. First of all, I would like to thank Mr. Yamada from JICA and the organizing committee of the conference for giving me this opportunity to present EJUST in such an important event. Actually, I give a title for my presentation, EJUST, a story of success. So in this presentation, I will some information about the research activities in energy. Japan's Prime Minister visited Egypt and Saudi Arabia in May 2003 to strengthen the dialogue between Japan and the Arab worlds. Initial proposal on cooperation in science and technology in terms of joint of university was triggered in the middle of 2005. In March 2009, signing the agreement to establish EJAS. Actually, Egypt government will sponsor land, infrastructure, and buildings, and the cost of Egyptian academic and administrative staff, while Japan government will cover equipment through a grant aid project and Japanese academic staff through JICA. In February 2010, start of soft opening phase with engineering graduate programs. In September 2017, launch of undergraduate programs. Here is the basic concepts of EJAS. Partnership between Egypt and Japan, as I just mentioned. It is established to be a leading university serving Egypt, Middle East, and Africa, and also established to be a role model for Egyptian higher education sector. It is a research-oriented graduate focus. Actually, in EJAS, we are adapting the Japanese style in education. This is a project-based learning. As you know, the Japanese style in the universities depends on the project learning education. The students make a mini project and try to adapt the practical experience to the students. Also, we have in EJAS unique academic programs. This is a Faculty of Engineering in EJAS. We have School of Electronics, Communications, and Computer Engineering. This school has 3 departments: Electronics and Communication Engineering, Computer Science and Engineering, Electrical Power Engineering. School of Innovative Design Engineering, Mechatronics, Industrial, Material Science and Engineering. School of Energy Resources, Environment, Chemical and Petrochemical Engineering. We have three departments here. This is my department: Energy Resources Engineering, Environmental Engineering, Chemical and Petrochemical Engineering. Finally, this is the Graduate School of Basic and Applied Science. In the Faculty of International Business and Humanities, the undergraduate programs: Accounting and Information Technology, Human Resources Management, and there are some other future programs. For the graduate programs, the School of International Business have a Master and PhD in Accounting and Information Systems. School of Humanities, Heritage Science, we have a professional diploma for 1 year and a professional master for 2 years. This is the Japanese support system. The government supporting EJAS here through JICA and other organizations. And also EJAS is supported by 13 top universities in Japan, like Waseda University, Kyushu University, Tokyo Institute of Technology, and other universities. Also, the EJAS is supported by industry in Japan, like Mitsubishi, NEC, and other companies from Japan. Here is the Japanese International Cooperation JICA. It is a main here. It make a coordination with Japan, supporting universities, provision of research laboratories equipment, dispatch of Egyptian professors, engineers, admin staff to Japan for training. Also dispatch of Japanese professors to Egypt. Capacity development of the administrative staff. This is some example, like dispatch of Japanese professors to EJAS. In phase 1, about 50 professors per year for 5 years. In phase 2, 100 professors per year with about 1,500 man-day per year. In phase 3, about 15 professors last 5 months with about 240 man-day. It is also JICA supporting the educational and research lab, like the total amount of equipment granted by JICA Technical Cooperation Scheme is valued at $18 million USD. And since 2010, JICA provided EJUST with advanced state-of-the-art research equipment. This is like to support the educational research. And as you can see, this is some examples of the research equipment, very advanced and unique. Actually, you can find some of this equipment in some places, but it's very difficult. In the Middle East, you can find this kind of equipment under one roof. Here is also some other examples here of the very advanced equipment. Here is Japan is granting EJUST a sum of about 27 million USD in equipment for the undergraduate program to be delivered and installed between 2018 and 2020. Actually, this equipment for basic technology developments can be used for basic science labs, can be used for basic engineering labs, and also specialized engineering track labs. Here I will move to some statistics about the postgraduate. We have 108 master students graduated, 2 years target duration, and 171 PhD student graduates, 3 years target duration. 88% of the graduate students enjoyed the Egyptian government Ministry of Higher Education MUHI scholarship, and 12% of students enjoyed JICA and the private scholarship. The private scholarship are provided by some companies like Farco, El Arabi, these companies, and like Mitsubishi Corporations and others. Here is the graduate study and research performance. We can see here we have this number of students, about 61 PhD, master 26%, diploma 13%. We also keeping eye on the gender balance. The overall for female 43% and the male 57%. This is different, it depends on in the faculty and the program. Like for example, if we see the engineering, the female percentage is 32%, while female is 68%. In basic science, female is 65% and the male is 35%. The female percentage increase in the business and the humanities to be 78%, and the male is 22%. Also, we are as EJUST is international university, we are also accepting international African students. This is the numbers for fall 2020. And also, Egypt and Japan government agreed during the TCAT 7 2019 to co-sponsor 150 African students to study their master degree in EJUST during the coming 3 years. Also, our PhD students traveling to Japan and stay for about 6 to 9 months during their PhD study in some lab in one of the our supporting universities in Japan. They stay here for 6 to 9 months. A total of about 198 students completed their visit. And also we have a very good cooperation with the professors in Japan and in terms of research, and also we have a very good social relation with our Japanese partners. Here, as I just mentioned, the higher education supporting the students, the scholarship of students, and so we can take students from graduate students from the universities like teaching assistant or to get PhD or to get their master in EJUST. And this is a distribution of the students around in Egypt. Here I will talk about the research performance. As I just mentioned, EJUST is research oriented. So we are focusing on research as well as we are focusing in education. For example, this is statistics. This is the international conference and the journal here. For example, in 2019, we have 178 international journals and 133 international conference. And this statistics is a publication rate per researcher or faculty. As we can see here in 2019, about 2.9 for international conference, 3.8 journal per faculty for international journals. Here is also some selected citation of the scholars in eJust here in the Google Scholar to show that our citation and our record on Google Scholar and so on. This is also research performance. We are also focusing on the patent and the grant. Here is, I will move now to the undergraduate student. This is some statistics. We started for undergraduate students actually in 2017. This is the first batch. Then until now, and as we can see here, this is the number in 2017, 2018, 19, and the number significantly increased in 2020. This is the total number now of undergraduate students is 720. As we can see here, we are adapting active experimental learning, the students working by themselves in the laboratories. And I just mentioned, thank you very much for our Japanese partners and JICA to provide us with such a very advanced equipment. Here also, we are teaching our students the Japanese culture. As you can see, this is the Japanese professors here. Now I will give some idea about the building of eJust. Here we have the secondary campus here. This is the secondary campus. And this is the main campus, very, very big campus here. And we also have a center at Cairo. This is the main campus. Now we are developing now. It is in very large area. This is design versus reality. Here. Now I will talk very quickly about a very, very important visit to eJust. Actually, in September 2020, our President ICSCI, President of Arab Republic of Egypt, visited eJust. And actually, during this visit, some of the eJust scholars presented their research outcomes. And they showed how these research outcomes match with the needs of Egyptian industrial sector and the Egyptian society. And also, as we can see here, also some of students presented some of their activities. And also the president took a tour on the main campus. And actually, this is a very important visit for eJust, and it gives a clear proof that eJust become one of the leading universities in Egypt and even in Africa and the Middle East. Now I will move now about to the research activities for my department. My department, as I just mentioned, it is energy resources engineering. This is my lab, thermal energy systems laboratory. I am working mainly in thermally driven absorption cooling systems. Actually, I got my PhD from Japan, Kyushu University in this topic. And also I stayed, I got GSPS and other postdoc. So I stayed in Japan a total about 8 years. So we are working on a thermally driven absorption cooling system. As you may know about absorption cooling system, it is driven by low temperature heat source, typically below 100 degrees C, which can be taken from solar energy or waste heat source. And it is also mainly used for air conditioning application. If we can use we can use refrigerant like water. This system is using natural refrigerant like water, like ethanol, like methanol. The most popular system in absorption is silica gel water system. Actually, it is common in Japan. But they producing like Mayakawa and the others, they are producing large capacity of absorption chiller. And in Germany, they are producing mainly small capacity absorption chiller, like 5 kilowatt, 10 kilowatt, 20 kilowatt, and so on. And also some like China, like Korea, they are also producing such kind of absorption chiller. So I'm working in this track of in this research track in both experimental and theoretical. And also this is some simulation showing that proves that this kind of systems can be powered effectively in the Middle East. Also, I am working on hybrid systems like absorption, cooling, and desalination systems. And if you, as you know, nowadays absorption desalination becomes popular or popular research track. So I'm working also in this. Water harvesting from atmospheric air using solar energy, natural gas storage using absorption technologies, and so on. And now we are focusing on, my PhD students focusing on solar powered multi-generation systems for producing cooling, producing water, fresh water, and electricity simultaneously. Here is also the Alternative Energy Systems Laboratory. It is this lab led by Professor Mahmoud Amin, the chairperson of our department. He is working on the performance enhancement of concentrator photovoltaic systems using different cooling techniques. And they're also working on hydrogen production using solar-driven photochemical reactors, working in fuel cells and other applications related to alternative energy, both in simulation and experiment. This is Renewable Energy Systems Laboratory led by Dr. Hamdi. He is working mainly in thermally driven desalination systems, photovoltaic cooling, energy efficient building, and other applications. Finally, this is the fuel and combustion engines laboratories led by Dr. El-Wardani. He is working mainly on the diesel engine performance and other types of engine also performance, emission characteristics, and gasification and carbonization. And also he has other applications. This is my presentations. Actually, I tried to keep 15 minutes, as I asked before from the conference organizing committee. I hope I gave some idea about EJUST. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor El-Sarkawi, for your presentation. We still have time, 9 minutes, so I will invite Professor Iman to present about energy journal. So please keep your time because we will finish at 3:10. Thank you. Please, Prof. Iman. Professor Iman, are you there? Okay, please start your presentation. Thank you. We cannot hear you. Professor Iman, we cannot hear you. I think Professor Iman has problem with the audio. Professor Iman?
Ya, kedengaran
Okay.
suara saya?
Yeah. Now it's start. You can
Okay.
start your presentation.
Selamat sore. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm sorry, there is many problem with the internet. Okay, I will represent ASEAN Engineering Journal, but I work in Institut Teknologi Bandung. So, can you see my presentation?
Yes, we can
Okay.
see. Yes.
Yeah, as you know from the slide that we ASEAN Engineering Journal already indexing by Scopus. So hopefully this will be attract many people come to publish the research. Okay.
Please put on the slideshow, Professor Iman.
Okay. Slideshow. Okay. Do you see?
Yes.
Clear?
Yes, very clear.
Okay. Yeah. This ASEAN Journal Engineering is official from AUNCTAD and already Scopus Index, and is the important thing is open access journal with free, so you can get open access with free. This is a good things, and the other things is hopefully it will be quick review and online. So that's one the benefit. And the aim, we can see that's to exchange academic research data and innovation ID, especially for ASEAN issue. So this is important that we have a kind of a very good communication, because ASEAN have a special typical issue. So that's the important thing. And the other thing is the research. Also, we join not only ASEAN with Japan and beyond, because we already put in the Scopus. And this is, as maybe Kanokpan mentioned, it's already have 10 engineering field, but we in this area, engineering or energy engineering. Okay, since we launched in 2011, we have 3 kind of index from the ASEAN Citation Index and Thai Citation Index, and at last year we have a Scopus. And this is how the performance of our journal. So it seems that since we have indexing by Scopus, we jumped 400%. So it's good news. So we have a lot of many people to publish in our journal, and we have planned to have issue 40 for issues, 40 papers for issues. So it's doubling. And this is how the statistic, the Asian Engineering Journal in the Scopus, you can see we still in Q3. Hopefully we will increase with your participation. And there is another statistic point. If you want to see more detail, maybe you can refer to the Scopus SGR. So how to get involved? So you can, everybody can get involved. So you can make commercial to your colleagues and submit paper, and frequently click ASEAN Engineering Journal and Scopus. And please, if somebody or the editorial asks to review, please accept it, because it's really depend on our participation. And you know that our journal is the legacy of AUNCNet, because yeah, we can see from the beginning until now we have a lot of progress. And as I told before, that the ASEAN Engineering Journal have a very unique topic for ASEAN. Okay, this is how to get involved. First, you can see the website, our website, and later you can prepare your paper according to your field. And download the template as usual and check the journal guidelines and submit it to this website. And you can also involve as a reviewer, and you can follow this procedure, prepare it, your CV, and contact the journal to this email. And after that, if you get approval, you're ready to get or become a reviewer. And this is the editor board.
I mean, I can even do it myself. I mean, I can reach there and do it myself.
And this is me from energy engineering, and this is the other. And you see some people from Gajah Mada and also from other ASEAN city. And the future forward, the ASEAN Engineering Journal will be transferred to member institute in March 2021. But we still keep a balance for the authors, reviewer, and among MI and beyond. And we still have collaboration with Japan also. And JICA, until now, also deep gratefully to the past contribution as a reviewer or as a writer. Okay, this is the motto from ASEAN in general, from us to ASEAN. So we do by ourselves and to ASEAN. This is important to remind me or remind you also. Okay, thank you. That's all I want to ask or to convey to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Iman. Okay, thank you also for Ms. And also from Professor El Sawari, Ms. Kanopan. Thank you very much for your information and very useful information regarding JICA project for IUNCID net, and also Japan project with Egypt Japan University, including information about Asian Engineering Journal. So we hope that Udayana University can participate more for that program and also for the journal. Okay, I think we already can end this session for the session 2. So now we will officially give the certificate for all the speakers. So first for Professor Noikazu Shimizu, and then the second one for Associate Professor Muhammad Aziz, and then for Ms. Kanopan Paladex, and then for Professor Ibrahim El Sarkawi, and I think the last one for Professor Iman we will deliver later. Thank you very much for your time and for your contribution for this session. I will finish this session by saying thank you again and see you for the next session.